There's 170,000 people at the new report. It's a new version. There's 13,000. All right. We're going out. We're going out. Incognito. I love you guys. We're gonna have fun. I got my suit. I hope you all like it. Yeah. I hope you all like my suit and actually, the DeSantis taking a loss pretty off the board to the Democrats. It could be pretending. Yeah, well, they don't want to tell the truth either. And they did. They couple of items for the President reached out to these governors. Something, and I was asked this question probably today. I don't know why we would reach out to pursue a governor or governor's views playing a political game. Right? They're political fucking games. These are right? Yes. Mars really is the safest place on earth. There's no murder there since to drown the woman in his car. I think your life is at risk of that. Someone gets hit in the head when Obama slices a drive. Alan Dershowitz chops their ear off at the Chomar store. Maybe they're at risk for getting diabetes from all the Ben and Jerry's. I don't know. And the only real crime you have to worry about in the vineyard is identity. The sheriff is investigating DeSantis for giving illegals a free vacation. Can't even tell you what law he's with. The sheriff is just hangry that the governor flew his cooks and waiters away. If you go to any restaurant in San Antonio, Texas right now, you're going to wait a long time to get your table, even though there's empty tables because there's not enough wait staff to wait on you. You're going to wait a long time for your food because there's not enough people to cook it. Cooks maybe aren't showing up for work or these folks, the sheriff wants to arrest DeSantis for kidnapping the guys who were supposed to cook his enchilada. The sheriff was interested in arresting sex traffickers. He's hungry and he needs to eat. And someone's going to go to jail if his dinner is already safe. But here's what gets interesting. The illegals who DeSantis flew to the vineyard are suing him. Let that sink in. Illegal immigrants are suing a sitting U.S. government. If we're living in our country, the first thing they do is sue a Republican. He gets retired, the poor, of course, this wasn't a violent country. I mean, they're in the country. They don't know how easy it is to sue a leading Republican presidential candidate. The migrant hired a lawyer. She didn't even know what to do. A group called Lawyers for Civil Rights is going to represent the migrants. Sources' money is involved, obviously, and they're suing Ron DeSantis. He did nothing with the spice and the lost it to 2 days surprise. Governor DeSantis of the state of Florida. It is our language and moral responsibility to watch. That's on these. Watch this service. You're at it right here. They're anxious and confused as a result. So, for example, lack of sleep and difference. American Jesus are from the Venezuelan slum. They spent months crawling through jungles of Central America and the deserts of Mexico. Especially in Zero, they were well strategic in American mission flights to Martha's Vineyard. They really started the summer. My minister actually, can I sue him? Sometimes after listening to Papa talk, I can't sleep at night. I call later. He didn't do to go anywhere. It's really like how Paulie P felt after he said before he'd stand up. Everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna. I love you all. I'm going out. Everything's gonna be all right now. Everything's gonna be. It's such as it's not just insecurities. So feeding the homework is a crime if you're a Republican. We're not going to have a neck attack. Right? Can't give them a gift. Is suffering from chronic food insecurity the same thing as being hungry? Because I suffer from chronic food insecurity every day. Good mention there. So you know what else is focused. Actually, I have a case here because there aren't any McDonald's on the thing. But I'm sure they probably could use it at the Massachusetts military base where they are now. The suit also alleges that Pablo Jesus and suffered emotional and economic harm and irreparable harm to their dignity and autonomy. I will show you autonomy. You take money from somebody that doesn't have any money. It's not up in a hotel for he's sleeping in the room service. He's walking in the church. See the minute we did that service and expensive. This is how they're doing it. Which incredible is using and of course it's called Texas or Texas or Florida, which is also scientists, there's something like this for a city. The scientists get no time. It's big. Party. We're going Nancy wants to take a visit. He's born. Yet she was just can't handle around 50 illegal immigrants. And this needs to continue, Jesse. I want these guys being shipped everywhere, super blue, super wealthy, because I want there to have to be this conversation about Joe Biden, who's had 140 vacation days, but can't manage to actually go down to the southern border, about Joe Biden, who cares more about the Ukraine border than he does the United States border. This is a travesty right now that is going on at our southern border. And until these flights started, until New York City, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. and Martha's Vineyard actually got a tiny pinprick of the illegal immigrants going all at once into their city, nobody would talk about it at all. I'm actually stunned, Jesse, that they made such a bad decision and panicked like they did in Martha's Vineyard. This was perfect. It was white woke apocalypse. They want everything these white woke people do, Jesse, as you well know, as long as it doesn't impact them. But as soon as it does, oh my goodness, we got to have a change. I think they should send them to Aspen this winter over Christmas break. Stick them at the base camp. When after they slalom down, they see the migrants. Oh my God, another humanitarian crisis. Eat some hot chocolate. Clay, I don't know where this is going, but here's where this is going. They're going to say Ron touched them. You're going to have, you may see some Doe say he touched me on the flight. I felt very uncomfortable. You know that's coming. Well, look, this is why it's important, Jesse. People, some out there are saying, well, if we move on from Trump, all of this craziness will disappear. This is just committed to Donald Trump. Jesse, mark me at my word. If Trump decided he didn't want to run and there was a new Republican nominee in 2024, there would be girls saying when they were 16 years old, they tried to make out, they did something that made me uncomfortable.
They would go after every single scintilla of their lives. Trump, you can already see it with DeSantis, right? They're already saying Trump was Hitler and somehow DeSantis is worse than Hitler. That's what they're going to do. It doesn't matter who the nominee is. They're going to get attacked. This is just DeSantis getting in on the act early. And I give him a lot of credit for the move, which, by the way, was initially Trump's idea. They talked about doing this when Trump was in office. And DeSantis actually acted on it. I think both guys deserve credit.
I mean, I've been talking about this for years, so I want the credit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's funny that they're suing both Republican presidential candidates. I mean, if you run for the Republican nomination, you're just going to get hit with a blizzard of lawsuits. I don't know. I don't know what's coming next, but it's going to be fun to watch. Like Travis, I don't think they have a chance with the lawsuit. Someone gives me a McDonald's gift card.
Hey, you and I are going to get named as defendants before long, Jesse, if this thing continues.
I mean, I don't know if you heard, I'm actually going to switch parties and primary Joe Biden on the Democratic ticket. Because
I want to watch it.
That's how easy it is. All right, Clay, thank you so much. This guy ran over a teenager because he thought the kid was a MAGA extremist. Guess what happened? He's now out on bail.
I'll pick this one up. I earn 30% cash back on dining, including takeout with Chase Freedom Unlimited. So it's not a problem at all. You guys aren't going to give me a fake bill fight?
Come on, Kev. You're earning 3% cash back.
Humor me.
Where's my wallet? Where's my wallet? I'll give it to you. It's the toast.
No, stop. I insist. That was good, though. We're big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of yours.
Migraine, it's hard, so you get back with Ubrelvy. You level up. You won't take a time out. One dose of Ubrelvy works fast. It can quickly stop migraine in its tracks within 2 hours without worrying if it's too late or where you are.
Unlike older medicines, Ubrelvy is a pill that directly blocks a protein believed to be a cause of migraine. Do not take the strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Learn how Affy can help you save. Ask about Ubrelvy at any time, anywhere migraine hurts.
I feel stronger. I just feel healthier.
My blood pressure is healthy.
And I find I have more energy through the day.
Why are so many people giving 5-star reviews to our Super Beets heart tubes? Because Super Beets are nature's heart healthy secret. They're a really simple thing you can do to help promote more energy and support healthy blood pressure.
Super Beets heart tubes give you the antioxidants you need to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than a healthy lifestyle alone. That's why Super Beets is the top-selling superfood brand at GNC. Find out how you can get a free 30 days of heart chews plus free shipping with your first order by calling or going to foxchews.com. But that's not all. Use discount code FOXVIP and get an extra 20% off.
This Super Beets offer isn't available in stores. And listen, you have nothing to lose because it's guaranteed. So do something good for your blood pressure and your energy.
Don't miss out on this exclusive Fox News offer. Act now.
Hi, I'm attorney Don McCarry, proud veteran who's been helping Marines and their families for decades. I'm sure you've been overwhelmed lately by all the advertising regarding camp Lejeune. Everywhere you turn, someone's offered to help file a claim. But don't be confused by that advertising. If you have a claim, you need real help. You have real questions. Call me and get the answers.
Call 800-800-2088. That's 800-800-2088. Call right now.
When it comes to family, I always do what's best. My parents taught me that. That's why I called A Place for Mom. Their personalized guidance was just what I needed to find senior living for mom. And their advice is free to families. Not just free, it's invaluable. Our advisor gave us options based on our needs and budget, guiding us to the best decisions. I never expected a free service to make such a difference. Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
You know when you start up a motorcycle and you hear it go boom, boom, boom when it takes off? I was losing that. I was losing my energy. I started using Balance of Nature about 1.5 years ago. Noticed the results immediately, and I went, oh my gosh, this works. This is what I've been missing all my life. I missed my Rama Blue. I got it back.
Start your journey by going to balanceofnature.com and use discount code KLG.
A one-on-one with the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, from Mar-a-Lago, an interview you don't want to miss. All right.
We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure, anything.
We searched you online and maybe you can explain this?
Can't believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so false. Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who improve their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Why do nearly 1 million businesses choose stamps.com to mail and ship? No more trips to the post office. No more paying full price for postage. And great rates from USPS and UPS. Mail letters, ship packages, anytime, anywhere, for less, a lot less. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to stamps.com/try and never go to the post office again.
The Expandotane Seamless Roof System is the easy solution for long-term waterproofing on commercial roofs. This amazing formula can be applied over your existing roof. Expandotane expands up to 7 times its volume, eliminating leaks and protecting the roof from extreme weather. Here's an example of an untreated concrete block versus one treated with Expandotane. Wow! The membrane dries in seconds and can be applied while your business stays open. Coverage is backed by a warranty up to 50 years. We can help with any size roof. Visit expandotane.com for a free quote.
There's a war going on right now in the country, and it's not an ordinary war. Democrats are using psychological warfare on us, and it's working. It's been going on for years. We saw what they did with COVID. They shut down the whole country, freaked everybody out into thinking if you didn't triple mask and wear goggles and get quadruple vaxxed, you die. And anyone who refused this permanent pandemic was a virus-spreading MAGA jihadist. And Joe Biden, who campaigned on being a uniter, did it again last month. And he told his base that Republicans are the biggest threat to the country.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people. MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. They thrive on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies.
He convinced half the country the other half's a bunch of fascists, and they don't deserve anyone's respect. Next step, diagnose all of them as mentally ill. Just today, Biden's Department of Homeland Security announced, probably in response to record inflation and out-of-control crime, that they're going to ask your doctor to narc on you if you're showing any signs of anxiety over what's going on right now in the country. What happens when the government finds out you're really anxious? You really want to find out? And while they're doing it, they'll help Big Pharma get rich by just prescribing you a bunch of drugs. It's all part of the plan. Democrats want you to stay inside, shut up, get stoned, and watch poor Michelle Obama on Netflix. And if you decide to venture out, you got to be angry. But it's Republicans who are the problem, right? Not just kicking over a table, it's gone much further. Primetime reported last night on an 18-year-old man in North Dakota, brutally murdered over his political beliefs by a guy who thought he was one of those ultra-MAGA fascists Joe Biden warned us about. Apparently, there was a confrontation. The suspect, 41-year-old Shannon Brandt, said he was afraid for his life. So he ran the Republican kid over with his truck. So a lunatic kills a teenager over his politics, leaves him there for dead in an alleyway. No one's talking about the story. Are they going to diagnose Shannon Brandt with a mental illness? I mean, he sounds like he has MAGA derangement syndrome, but they won't. And not only that, they let him out on $50,000 bail, even though he literally confessed to the crime and gave the cops a motive. This is exactly the kind of country Democrats are creating, where they get their base all riled up over fear and then make us the targets. Victor Davis Sands is a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, and he joins me now. I'm just shocked this story's not gone national. Are you shocked?
No, I'm not. I mean, the left, it's ironic, Jesse. They were the people who told us words matter and beware of hate speech and don't generalize. And yet the President of the United States says that 75 million people, and that's who MAGA people were, live in the shadow of lies. What do you do with them? What's the logical consequence of that? You have to do something with people who live in the shadows and don't believe in the Constitution. So you bring out all of these nuts and they do something. And the same thing when Chuck Schumer gets in front of the Supreme Court, as he did as a minority leader, and says, you don't know what's going to hit you, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. You sowed the wind and you're going to reap the whirlwind. Well, it's so what would he expect? People would not want to chase out Kavanaugh from a restaurant, or there would people show up at their homes, or even an assassin would be there. And when the Pentagon doesn't bring any data whatsoever, Secretary Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, and they say that white rage and white privilege has infected the military and they're going to root it out. Well, then why wouldn't the Army not meet its recruitment? It's 50% of its recruitment it's met. 50%. Why would 45% only express confidence in the military? And when you have a candidate in South Carolina for the Democratic senatorial position, and she says these terrible things, stereotypes the whole demographic about whites, or the diversity, equity, inclusion officer in the Pentagon blasts white people as a collective, or people on MSNBC or CNN say that after COVID is over, I don't want to associate with white people anymore, or I'm so glad they're approaching to be minority status. Why wouldn't you have people go out and shoot people in Memphis or Baton Rouge? So this is what they told us happened because they said words matter. And it filters down to the street and it incites people to do things that are terrible, who are not stable people. But that's what they're doing because they're projecting right on to Republicans what they're very familiar with themselves. It's very dangerous what they're doing now.
They wanted to charge Donald Trump with incitement. Remember for that speech he gave on January 6th, and he was responsible for anything that happened after that speech, even though he never really said anything that they can point to. How is Joe Biden not guilty of incitement then? If he's out there radicalizing half the country against extreme MAGA Republicans, and then some lunatic goes and murders someone who he thought was an extreme MAGA Republican, how is Joe Biden not guilty of the exact same thing they wanted to charge Donald Trump with, even worse?
According to his own rules, that words matter and hate speech he is. He did that during the entire 2015 and 2019 and 2020 campaign. We weren't surprised that on Inauguration Day, Madonna says she dreams of blowing up the White House, or Kathy Griffin has a facsimile of a decapitated head, or people are writing articles in Foreign Policy about having a military coup to remove the president. They've been doing that for 4 or 5 years, and they know it. And so they're a little uneasy about it. So they project what they're doing onto this mythical MAGA monster. But the problem is there's too many victims and not enough victimizers. So we end up with this charade of Jesse Smollett, and mythical MAGA monsters in Chicago with ropes and bleach. And they do this all the time. And I think people are getting really tired of it.
They are. And maybe someone in the press corps can ask the press secretary tomorrow about this case, about this dead teenager. I hope that happens. I don't think it will, but I hope it does. Victor Davis Hanson, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
AOC and pregnancy. That is next.
Claritin provides non-drowsy central relief from over 200 indoor and outdoor allergens day after day. Feel the clarity and make today the most wonderful time of the year with Claritin Clear.
Attention foodies! With this fusion of prime rib steak, melted provolone, and other magical melty stuff, Arby's is now officially a fusion restaurant. Chef Smooch, Arby's, we have the meat.
When you have auto blast damage, let SafeLight come to you. My customer enjoys time with her family. So when her windshield got a crack, she scheduled with SafeLight in just a few clicks. We came to her house, replaced the windshield, and installed new wipers. That service on her time. Wow, thank you. Don't wait, schedule now.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Sailing a great river past extraordinary landscapes into the heart of iconic cities is a journey for the curious traveler, one that many have yet to discover. Exploring with Viking brings you closer to the world, to the history, the culture, the flavors. A serene river voyage on an elegant Viking longship. Learn more at Viking.com.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the power of 3 in the Ozempic Trizone.
My Ozempic Trizone, I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
Ozempic provides powerful A1C reduction. In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it. Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events, such as stroke, heart attack, or death, in adults also with known heart disease. And you may lose weight. Adults lost up to 14 pounds. Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or are allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Join the millions already taking Ozempic. Ask your healthcare provider about the Ozempic Trizone.
You may pay as little as $25 for a 3-month prescription.
I'm Curtis, 42, homeowner, pretty good credit.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Now, it's easy to help protect yourself. Identity theft protection starts here at LifeLock.com.
Choosing Miracle-Ear was a great decision. Like when I decided to host family movie nights. Miracle-Ear made it easy. I just booked an appointment and a certified hearing care professional evaluated my hearing aids and helped me find the right device calibrated to my unique hearing needs. Now I enjoy every moment. Quiet ones and the loud ones.
Make a sound decision. Call 1-800-MIRACLE now and book your free hearing evaluation.
Hi, this is Mike Huckabee. Isn't it amazing how so much that President Trump said still rings true? But schools and the media don't want our kids to hear anything positive. And that's why my team created the Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And I want you to have it for free.
To order your free Kids Guide to President Trump gift bundle, just visit freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
When we put more effort into our relationships, it can give us back more than we ever dreamt.
With all the activities we do to live the life we love, Relief Factor helps us feel ready to take them on. We feel the difference all day, every day.
Relief Factor helps our bodies deal with aches and pains, including elbow, hip, knee, neck, and back pain. The type of pain that comes from living our lives to the fullest, and it's 100% drug-free. Not only do we move better without pain, we just feel better.
Would you like to get back to living the life you used to live without aches and pains? That's what Relief Factor has done for us.
Join us and hundreds of thousands of others. Get your 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Move more, live more, and just enjoy your life more. Call 1-800-4RELIEF to order now, or go to relieffactor.com.
Find the life you love to live, pain-free, with Relief Factor.
American birth rates are declining. Over the last 30 years, annual births have decreased by about 10%, and this is a pretty big deal. Now, there are a lot of theories floating around about why this is happening, and we don't have a lot of time to get into it, but AOC has some thoughts of her own. Listen.
Take a look at it. And it's not just Japan and South Korea, but there are quite a few countries that are really struggling because young people, because under the burdens of capitalism and living under a society that's increasingly concentrating wealth among the rich, we're not having kids, or we're not having kids at the same rate.
Let me get this straight. People aren't having babies because of capitalism? Well, this got me thinking. AOC is 32, isn't married, doesn't have any kids, makes about $174,000 a year, and drives a Tesla. Does capitalism sound like the problem here? Well, if it does, don't worry. AOC has a plan to save the human race.
We actually need immigrant populations to help balance things out. We can't continue to fund Social Security, Medicare, all of this stuff without immigrants. And it's always been that way. Don't act like it's some new trend or anything like that.
AOC says if Americans won't have babies, illegal immigrants will. After all, people say that migrants come here to do the jobs that Americans won't. Apparently, having babies is now one of those jobs. But wait a second. I want to go back to what you just said there. AOC wants more migrants to come here and have babies. Isn't that called something? Is there a name for that? Doesn't it rhyme with plate embracement query? Nah, couldn't be. But why are we having babies at all? I thought you told us not to have kids because of climate change.
There's scientific consensus that the lives of children are going to be very difficult. And it does lead, I think, young people to have a legitimate question. Is it okay to still have children? Also, just this basic moral question, like what do we do? And even if you don't have kids, there are still children here in the world, and we have a moral obligation to them and to leave a better world for them.
So AOC thinks birth rates are down because of capitalism and climate change. And maybe it's because more women are focusing on themselves, their careers, and having a family later in life. Nothing wrong with that, but here's the thing. Why are we putting so much pressure on women to have children? Maybe it's time for the guys to start stepping up. After all, someone once said men can get pregnant too. Rachel Campos Duffy is the co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. He joins me now. So what do you think about this AOC idea, if you can call it that?
Well, first of all, Fox News alert to any Democrats that are watching, there's no such thing as birthing people. Only mothers can have children. But look, no one should take advice from AOC. She also said that the people coming across the border are coming because of climate change, which is a lie. They're coming for economic opportunity and liberty, and they're risking their lives to do so. But it's interesting. She talked about the burden of capitalism, and you mentioned it, Jesse. She drives a Tesla. She lives over a Whole Foods, and she still wants us to pay for her, student debt and her, abuelita's roof in Puerto Rico. This is, the burden is, I'll tell you what a burden is. The burden is living in Venezuela, living in Cuba. And I'll tell you what crazy is, bringing those policies over here, which is exactly what AOC and her mentor, Bernie Sanders, want to do. And in fact, Jesse, for the last year and a half, they have been implementing socialist policies here in America. I call it neo-communism. You can call it socialism, but that's what they've been doing for the last year and a half. And I ask everybody, how's it going? It's not going very well. So don't take advice from AOC, or the crowd that says that, abortion, or their anti-family crowd. I promise you, you don't have to have as many kids as me, Jesse, but at the end of your life, you want to have a family. You want to have children who love you, around you. I promise you, AOC and David Hogg and Greta Thunberg are not going to be holding your hand as you leave this life.
Maybe if DeSantis had flown pregnant Venezuelans to Martha's Vineyard, then AOC would have been on board with the flag.
Maybe you're right, but listen, don't take advice from this woman. I mean, what they have done in the last year and a half is serious stuff, and they don't have the humility, as you can see, to look at what they've wrought and to try to reverse these policies. Instead, they said, we're not gonna change these policies. We're just gonna import more immigrants so they can have babies for us. This is insanity, and we all know better.
Yeah, and just to be serious for a second, urbanization lowers the birth rate, and now after COVID, everybody's moving out of the cities. So maybe we'll just all get pregnant and even everything out. Rachel Campos Duffy, thank you so much.
Long winters do it too.
They sure do. That's right. Thanks, Rachel.
All right, thank you.
At prime time, we like to set things straight. Our job is to call balls and strikes. We don't play the game. So while the Democrats and the CDC spent the last 2 years taking away your livelihood and killing your business, we've been asking questions. Like, are they actually following the science, or is the pandemic just a big money grab? Is it big business? Pfizer predicts vaccine sales are going to generate, you ready? $32 billion this year alone. This year alone. So they're making a pretty penny. And a big Hollywood star is starting to ask some questions. Most Americans would not normally trust the government with helping them. You know, like, what does the government actually do to help you?
And they don't trust
They can help big corporations, industry, all the people that got those people in the Congress or opening to become president. So here's the CDC promoting that we have to do all of these things, right? I don't like profiteering anymore. You know, think of the billions of dollars that are going to big pharma. But I was getting back to my original point. The last people I would trust with my health is big pharma and big government. He sounds like Waters. He's that high. I don't like it. What can you do when homeless people keep throwing poo at you?
Retirement would be the last thing on my mind. Thankfully, Voya provides comprehensive solutions and shows me how to get the most out of my workplace benefits. Voya helps me feel like I got it all under control. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Such tremendous news. I'm at a loss for words.
When a cough tries to steal Dad's punchlines, he takes Robitussin Naturals, powered by 100% drug-free ingredients.
Are you gonna leave me hanging?
Soothe your cough naturally. Welcome to Home Sweet WeatherTech Home, a place where dirt stays outside and floors are protected, where standing is comfortable and water never leaves a mark. It's spotless under the sink, and kids can be kids. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
When contaminated water poisoned people at Camp Lejeune, the law wouldn't help. So Parker Wakeman decided the law needed to change. So Jerry Parker went to Congress and worked with them to pass a new law, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. Now Marines and their families can get justice. If you're a victim of the Camp Lejeune water contamination, call Parker Wakeman, the firm that helped create the new law. 1-800-741-8000. That's 1-800-741-8000.
I'm here at home with Officers Martinez and Endicott. They tell me Simply Safe's advanced pro monitoring with video verification helps them get there lightning fast. It's unsurpassed protection for less than $1 a day. Only from Simply Safe.
With thyroid eye disease, I was always wearing sunglasses to hide my bulging eyes. I wore them just about everywhere. But then my doctor recommended Tepezza, a prescription medicine for thyroid eye disease, and I didn't have to hide so much.
In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging, and nearly 7 out of 10 saw improvements in double vision. Tepezza is an infused medicine. Patients taking Tepezza may experience infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you have symptoms such as high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before receiving Tepezza, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, inflammatory bowel disease, or IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise your blood sugar even if you do not have diabetes and may worsen IBD such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis.
I look more like my old self again. Now I wear sunglasses because I want to.
Ask your doctor if Tepezza is right for you and visit mytepezza.com to see Jeannie's before and after photos.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening. El Salvador's president on Tucker Carlson tonight. How he was able to reduce crime in his country and what the U.S. could take away from it all. Tucker has the exclusive tonight.
Do you want a vacation home? How would you like access to other luxury homes around the world without the hassle or expense of renting?
Introducing Third Home. Third Home is the members-only home exchange club that opens your world to exquisite rent-free travel. The Economist reported Third Home to be the secret to scoring a vacation home that's practically free. For a limited time, you can join for free. Go to thirdhome.com/rent-free. Where will your second home take you? We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure, anything.
We searched you online and maybe you can explain this?
You believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so false.
Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who improve their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Pack. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Pack Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Pack.
Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
A homeless man in Los Angeles was caught on camera throwing feces at a business owner. Chris Gallagher has a story. He's our chief breaking news correspondent and soon to be anchor of Fox News at Night. Congrats. Thank you, Jesse. This happened, by the way, on the famous Ventura Boulevard in Sherman Oaks, which has been overrun by homeless people in recent years. In fact, many residents say the rights of the homeless now exceed the rights of the homeowners and business owners. Now watch as a homeless man, well known for openly defecating in public, is seen on video obtained by our Los Angeles Fox affiliate, throws a bag of feces onto the vehicle of a local business owner. Now here's a reporter asking the homeless man why he did it. Watch.
Sir, why are you throwing feces at people?
Who?
You threw feces at this gentleman.
This guy has to understand. I'm half paralyzed. I'm blind. I have no car for 9 years.
Sir, do you need help? The city is offering help.
Residents say they have called police and their local representatives, but have gotten zero response. So now listen to the owner of the Blue Dog Beer Tavern, the very same man who was the target of the bag of feces.
Every single day, every single morning, I'm wiping that off my property before I have to do business.
It goes like another picture of one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
It is like a psych, literally a psych ward. That's okay. Pooping on the street, peeing on the street, having sex on the street, making threats without a weapon is okay now.
And we should note when that business owner sent video of him being targeted by feces to a Los Angeles city councilwoman, he claims the councilwoman told him to stop sending her such, quote, graphic material. Jesse. Okay. Good job. Thanks, Trace. Let's bring in the business owner who took the dung to the dome, Paul Scrivano, owner of Blue Dog Beer Tavern. So, Paul, what's the deal with this guy?
Well, he's been around for at least since COVID. Makes his home at one storefront, sleeps there, does his business. I see him every morning because I pass by, I get my workout, and on the way back, there he is, clothes off, doing his business. And I stop and I tell him he's got to stop doing this, and that the city and the county have services for him and housing for him and bathrooms for him. So he does that and then goes and tortures other businesses for a couple hours begging food, and then goes and finds another place to sit and dirty. And it's been, I mean, he's one of, I don't know, dozens on this little 1 mile stretch of Ventura Boulevard that I call home with my business, and many other business owners call home. And it's getting to look like, I don't know, downtown Kabul, Afghanistan these days. It's just crazy. Crazy.
So are you going to bring the video to law enforcement? I mean, can't they do anything about this? This is assault.
No. Law enforcement makes it very clear. Law enforcement makes it very clear that they're not going to write citations. They're not going to arrest people for crimes like public defecation, public urination, littering, trespassing, assault without a weapon. They're just not going to do anything about it.
How do you stay
with this all day long? Well, I'm a pretty good security guard at my restaurant these days, which is my main job description right now. But it's a struggle. I think the neighbors are, wary to come out. Business owners are stretched to the max. So, we try to keep our happiness level up as much as we can, but it's a tough road to hoe.
All right. Well, I want everybody to go to Blue Dog Beer Tavern, buy a shot, buy a round, get something to eat. I'm sorry this happened to you. It's just unbelievable. That is a crime against humanity. Not flying 50 migrants to Obama's vacation spot. That is a crime against humanity. Thanks so much, Paul.
Jesse?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I was just going to say that the biggest crime in this whole thing is the response by the city council member. Not only does she ignore the emails, but she told me, quote, I was crossing a boundary by sending her pictures of naked bums and people pooping. Crossing a boundary.
Yeah. All right. Well, you got to vote her out. It's the only way to deal with it. Thank you so much.
Got it.
The primetime team's been raising the question all week, is Joe Biden really in charge? And we've made a strong case that he's not. Because every time he opens his mouth, someone has to walk back what he says. They did it again this morning. Here's the binder reader cleaning up on aisle 5.
There's been quite a bit of pushback to that statement by the president. Where is it today on that?
So just to step back for a second, what we saw during that interview, 60-minute interview, when he made those comments, he was walking through the Detroit car show, the halls of the Detroit car show, and he was looking around. We have to remember the last time that they had held that event was 3 years ago. We are in a different time. He's been very consistent about that. And the reason why is because we are now prepared. We are now ready. We know how to deal with this pandemic.
Biden was saying that the pandemic's over at the Detroit Auto Show, not the rest of the country. Okay. I mean, this is ridiculous. But if, in fact, Joe Biden is running the country, we are in trouble. Because today he was in New York giving a big speech to the UN, and this happened.
Mr. President, thank you. At the end of such a momentous event, the word thank you seems kind of inadequate, but for all the millions whose lives will be saved, for the communities where life will be transformed, thank you. So thank you, President Biden, for your outstanding leadership.
You're the president of the United States. You can do or go wherever you want, whenever you want. You don't have to look for someone else to tell you what to do. Up next, when animals attack.
It's beautiful out here. Sure is. And I earn 5% cash back on travel purchase through Chase with Chase Freedom Unlimited. That means I earn 5% on our rental car, I earn 5% on our cabin. I mean, come on. I'm scared. In a good way. I'm like, let's do this out. Big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. Chase, make more for you.
One Prilosec OTC in the morning blocks excess acid production for a full 24 hours, unlike Pepcid, which stops working after 9. 24-hour protection. Prilosec OTC. One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn.
2 Fox Nation exclusives. First, Brett Baer's new look at modern socialism. Socialism seems dead and buried, but now it's back. Get the truth behind the ideologies and how they continue to impact our society. The most ferocious debates center on issues of identity, gender, and race. We want to dismantle the organizing principle of society.
What they're really after is power. I don't think in the long run they will win because it's essentially an anti-human, anti-American agenda.
Brett Baer hosts The Unauthorized History of Socialism, Volume 2, streaming now. Plus, Larry Kudlow leads the live summit as socialist ideas grip the nation. What the real cost is to our economy, our freedoms, and our democracy.
Greatest economic minds will join me to discuss how we can get America back to the principles of the once made us prosperous and free. Stream the Live Summit Encore and the Unauthorized History of Socialism Volume 2 now, exclusively on Fox Nation.
You be the judge. Nutrisystem has answered the bell with menu items that are new for 2022, including new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein.
I jumped right in and lost 127 pounds.
The new skillet meals are amazing, and we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home.
I lost 40 pounds, 67 pounds.
55 pounds with Nutrisystem. Act now. Go online or call to get 50% off and start losing weight today.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. And wait, now it's easy to help protect yourself. Identity theft protection starts here at LifeLock.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Don McCarty, proud veteran who's been helping Marines and their families for decades. I'm sure you've been overwhelmed lately by all the advertising regarding Camp Lejeune. Everywhere you turn, someone's offered to help file a claim. But don't be confused by that advertising. If you have a claim, you need real help. If you have real questions, call me and get the answers.
Call 800-800-2088. That's 800-800-2088. Call right now.
ChemDry has been a trusted name in carpet cleaning for over 45 years. And for good reason. ChemDry uses the perfect combination of nature's chemistry, along with our core cleaner, the natural, to provide a deeper, longer-lasting clean to your carpets, area rugs, and upholstery. Billions of carbonating bubbles remove the dirt, allergens, and stains from deep within your surfaces, giving you a healthier home. Call 1-844-CHEMDRY or visit chemdry.com. ChemDry, the healthier, deeper carpet cleaners.
Some days it felt like asthma was holding me back, but asthma has taken enough. So I go triple.
With Trelegy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, it's the only one-standing treatment for adults that takes triple action against asthma symptoms. Trelegy helps make breathing easier, improves lung function, and lasts for 24 hours.
Call triple.
Go Trelegy, because asthma has taken enough. Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy contains a medicine that increases risk of hospitalizations and death from asthma problems when used alone. When this medicine is used with an inhaled corticosteroid, like in Trelegy, there is not a significant increased risk of these events. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase risk of thrush and infections. Get emergency care for serious allergic reactions. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse. Don't let asthma take another breath. Go triple. Go Trelegy. Ask your doctor about Trelegy today.
Americans spend Sunday nights with Trey Downey. He's talking about biggest issues facing the nation.
It's one thing to see the problem, see them better if you see a solution.
And defending you and freedom with the facts. Don't miss Sunday Night for America with Trey Downey at 7, only on Fox News Channel.
So it's Wednesday. Let's do a little water's cooler. Bringing in Fox News contributor Sean Duffy, who follows his wife on Jesse Waters Primetime. First up, just when you thought we'd run out of news sports, I bring you competitive female slap fighting. So in the green room, Sean, you were saying this turns you on.
It totally does. First of all, I don't get this, Jesse. I'm like, there's a lot of games I played, especially in college, crazy games, dumb games, but never this game. But I think there's a lot of American parents who would love to play this game for violence. Maybe with AOC.
Violence on the show.
It's a sport, you're saying. It's a sport, right? I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger's okay. He's there clapping and wait.
Arnold is in the background.
All look alike, yeah. Let's see him.
Let's see. Do we see Arnold Schwarzenegger in the back?
It's like he's checking out the hip. Why don't you move your head a little bit, right? You want to absorb the shock, but go there, hold the head steady, and absorb the whole slap.
Yeah, we're going to actually bring in some slap fighters on set and find out exactly what the strategy is.
There it is. I'll watch you play it. Okay. I'll be the judge.
Next up, we're all used to seeing squirrels in the backyard. What do they do? What happens when one of them comes into the office? I don't know if I'd act a lot differently than that guy. What about you? A second. She has a breakfast at Tiffany poster on the board. Right? He's the but you have a mouse or a mouse, a chipmunk. Fly basically is at the desk, so you can't get away from him. You can go on back. I mean, you get a double, triple out of that thing. No, right? It's like cricket. But here's the flying squirrel. That's Carrie's jet. Pandemic of male masculinity, testosterone in this country. A World War II vet? Never. No. And never bring it up. A breakfast of Tiffany. That's a real red flag. And finally, we all knew Fauci's COVID lockdown rules were ridiculous, but according to a new book, even Fauci knew how ridiculous they were. You ready? Former White House spokesman Brian Morgenstern claims that Fauci laughed about how ass backwards it was that people had to wear a mask to walk into a restaurant, but then took it off to talk and eat. So this guy's an egomaniac, right? He said we should double mask, triple mask, we should wear goggles to protect ourselves. And the thing is, the common sense doctors came on this network and said, this stuff doesn't make any sense. So when you say Dr. Fauci is laughing, he's not laughing at us. No. He's laughing at all the liberals who took him as gospel at every recommendation that he made. All the TV hosts, late night hosts on liberal networks, he's laughing at them. He's laughing at Facebook and Twitter that said, Dr. Fauci said we're too get a restaurant with a mask, and then take it off when you sit down because you can't spread it when you're eating. I mean, it's so dumb. But again, he's not laughing at the conservatives who at least question and has some common sense, laughing at the libs.
Do you think he has a poster in his office? What would that poster be?
Breakfast at Tiffany's. He might. I think he does. And by the way, if that scroll came to his office, same response. Jumping up and down. He's got a bat, but he can't use it.
Well, we know he can't throw. And he probably can't swing either.
Really well played. He did it twice. He threw 2 balls out. Right now,
I know. Has it improved?
I don't know.
Just Waters win. The migrants say they suffered when they went to the vineyard. No one has suffered more than I have. Last night, I had to walk home. Let me just give you the details. Joe Biden is in town. He's here for the UN, and you cannot get across town in a car. I had to walk with loafers on, starving, 30 minutes to my apartment. Now, here's what I liked about Donald Trump. It wasn't the wall. It wasn't the tax cuts. It wasn't even the Abraham Accords. It was the fact that Donald Trump tried the best he could to spend as little time as possible in Manhattan because he knew the kind of traffic it would generate. That's why I miss him most of all. Joe Biden, please leave. Time for text messages. Pete from Arizona, if a sanctuary city refuses to accept migrants, do they then have to give back all the federal funding they received? Probably not. Nothing's fair in America anymore. Dave, just don't confuse one Hollywood weirdo saying something kind of right once with intelligence. Within a few weeks, he'll go woke again. Are you saying Woody just had a moment of clarity when he smoked up before the Bill Maher show? Because let's give Woody a little more credit. Kathy from Florida, Jesse, I work late, but I DVR the show every night to watch. Thanks, you and your crew, for all the laughs and news. I can't say it again. You got to DVR the show. Very, very important. Glenn says, who has better hair, Border son of a bitch or Washington son of a bitch? Oh, you mean Border Ducey? Bill Malugin? And you know what? That's actually not his real hair. It's just that squirrel that went into the guy's office. That's what's on top of his head. Tucker's up next. Always remember, I'm Waters. And this is my world.
Letitia James ran for Attorney General of New York by promising to use her office to punish Donald Trump, because, of course, that's what law enforcement is for, to crush your political enemies. I look forward every day to suing Trump, James says. Well, now she is up for re-election, so she decided to actually do it. In a moment, we'll tell you what happened and what it means for the rule of law, assuming that still exists in the state of New York. But first, good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. For thousands of years, clinical trials have been at the center of medicine. And the idea is very simple. Before you operate on someone or inject people with some new drug, You run trials first to make certain that what you're doing will help the patient more than it hurts the patient. This is not a new idea. James Lind did it back in the 18th century with his famous scurvy trials. In fact, medical testing has been going on since at least biblical times, because why wouldn't it? Daniel and Judah compared a vegetarian diet with the diet of the royal Babylonians over a 10-day period. So in a control group, independent observers, the whole thing. It's not complicated, but it is essential. Through history, very few have questioned this practice because it makes obvious sense, but now they are. Modern medicine seems to be abandoning the clinical trial. The FDA, for example, just authorized a COVID booster without even bothering to test it on people. They just gave it to a handful of mice and said, we're ready to go. I take the time to see if it actually works. Who cares if the drug lowers sperm counts or causes miscarriages or produces grotesque blood clots in otherwise healthy people? The pharmaceutical companies get you sued, so they're safe. They no longer have to care, even about oversight. They sponsor the media companies that cover them. Big tech censors anyone who asks questions about what they do. Payment providers swoop in to shut down the businesses of anyone who dares to criticize Pfizer. That's happening. So the net effect is sad. Never has American medicine been more transparently a racket than it is right now. With the most basic ethical guidelines gone, completely ignored, you should not be surprised to learn that some hospitals have decided to monetize the mental anguish of children. Consider the University of California at San Francisco Hospital. Supposedly it's one of the best in the world. UCSF, despite its august reputation, is not even trying to behave responsibly with children who've been convinced by TikTok they should change their sex. So a new trend comes along, propelled by social media. It didn't exist before at scale. Now it does. Rather than pausing and asking, what is this and how can we help the children? They blow right past it. UCSF Hospital's current guidance for treating so-called transgender youth is this. We got this right from their website, quote, as youth are transitioning at increasingly younger ages, genital surgery is being performed on a case-by-case basis more frequently in minors. Genital surgery on children. This is a very big step. It's irreversible. So you wonder, what is the medical basis for this? Well, a few sentences later, UCSF Hospital admits that there is no medical basis. Instead, quote, in the absence of solid evidence, providers often must rely on the expert opinions of innovators and thought leaders in the field. So UCSF is conducting genital surgeries on minors based on, quote, thought leaders in the field? What does that mean? Well, it means the human rights campaign is in favor of it. It means activists are pushing it. It means there's no scientific data to justify it. This is horrifying. Why is this happening? And how widespread is it? No one seems to be interested. Virtually alone in our media, Matt Walsh, the Daily Wire, decided to find out the answers to those questions. And in that search, he obtained this video. It's from 2018. The video shows a physician called Shane Taylor from Vanderbilt University Medical Center, which, like UCSF, has a global reputation for excellence. In this video, Taylor explains that Vanderbilt performs gruesome sexual surgeries on children. Why? Because those surgeries make Vanderbilt money.
Some of our USC financial folks in August of October of 2016, so a couple years ago, put down some costs saying each would bring in, and this is including cups and bombs. And it's a lot. We surgery made on money. So females and male chest reconstruction can bring in $40,000. Patient just got routine hormone treatment, who I'm only seeing a few times a year, can bring in several $1,000s. Makes money.
Oh, it makes money. So this huge new trend appears, again, driven not by medical research, but by social media, convincing children they can change their sex. And Vanderbilt, rather than pausing and asking, once again, how do we help these children? What is this? Decides, oh, there's money there. We're all in. Now, it's hard to believe that everyone at Vanderbilt Hospital could possibly be for this, because it's completely irresponsible and wrong. So what would happen if a physician at Vanderbilt, a conscientious objector, disagreed with mutilating children for profit? That's a key question. So another doctor called Ellen Clayton explained what would happen. Again, this video we're about to show you has also been around since 2018, but no one in the media cared to look at it until Matt Walsh found it this week.
If you want to assert conscientious objection, you have to realize that that is problematic. You are doing something to another person, and you are not paying the cost for your belief. I think that is a real, I think that's a real issue. But I just want you to take home that say that you're not going to do something because of your conscientious, because of your religious beliefs. It's not without consequences. And it's your mind without consequences. And I just want to put that out there. We are given enormous. If you don't want to do this kind of work, don't work at Vanderbilt.
Oh, so if you object to this, leave. You can't work at Vanderbilt, quote. So Vanderbilt clearly thought this through. Not everyone's going to be for this, so let's just make it really, really clear. If you're not fully on board with sexually mutilating children for non-medical reasons on the basis of no medical evidence, then you just leave. But that wasn't enough. They anticipated that this is so horrifying that some doctors might still step out of line. They might tell 16-year-olds that they have a psychological disorder, or this will pass, or maybe stop watching so much TikTok. And no, we're not going to mutilate your genitals or cut your breasts off, at least until you're an adult. But if they said that, that would, of course, hurt the business model. So Vanderbilt recruited activists, trans activists, to bully physicians into submission. Watch.
Study provides trained peer advocates for transgender patients who are coming for doctor's appointments or other healthcare related services. Whether you're looking for something that's related to medical transition, such as hormone therapy, or something completely unrelated, like breaking an arm or going to an ENT, we are here to help support any transgender patients that come through our doors. Trans Buddy program is one of a kind in the nation, and institutions are looking to Vanderbilt to replicate and expand programs like ours.
Oh, trans buddies. Right. Enforcers, in other words. It's like having the mafia standing over your shoulder while you're on the witness stand. Doctors should be, in fact, have to be allowed to give politically unbiased counsel to their patients without being intimidated. But the whole point of a trans buddy system is to prevent that. In one video from Vanderbilt, the trans buddies say they're on the lookout for doctors who don't use the right pronouns because that's, quote, unsafe. Get in line or we'll crush you. So Matt Walsh brought all of this to the surface just the other day, and in response to it, rather than defend it or explain it, Vanderbilt University Medical Center took its entire website offline. And no doubt at some point they'll be claiming it's unsafe for them, that the people who are shocked by what they're doing are actually the criminals here, and that they're getting threatening phone calls, and they're going to have to call the DOJ, and anyone who comments on it is going to get a visit from the FBI. But the truth is, people who are horrified by this are not the bad actors. Vanderbilt is the bad actor. Vanderbilt has just admitted on camera to castrating children as young as 13 years old. This is from Vanderbilt Psychiatry's YouTube page from 2020.
We can provide gender-affirming hormones on an individual who is on a pubertal blocker, depending on whatever kind of blocker they've chosen or we have discussed with them, or they can present to us at a later stage of puberty, and then we provide the gender-affirming hormones. Previously, the Endocrine Society recommended to start these at age 16, but we all know that would be delayed puberty, right? Not 16-year-olds don't start puberty. So more recently, they did update that to say as early as 14 for compelling reasons. So we have some individuals who have started gender-affirming hormones at 13 or 14 to be more like their peers.
Has anyone at Vanderbilt Medical Center ever had a 14-year-old? And what sort of person would give a 14-year-old? Do you know what they're like? Have you ever lived with one before? Would chemically castrate a 14-year-old because he or she saw something on TikTok that suggests it was a good idea? This is lunacy. But the same YouTube page also confirms that Vanderbilt will happily perform double mastectomies in adolescent girls after they've drugged them, because, it's pretty lucrative, actually. Here's plastic surgeon Julianne Winnacour and physician's assistant Shaylin Vanderbloemen. Watch.
For any kind of top surgery,
We do require one letter of persistent, well-documented gender dysphoria by a licensed mental health provider. We ensure that the patient is capable of making fully informed decisions on their own. They're the age majority. However, for a lot of our younger patients, again, if they are 16, 17, here at Vanderbilt, if they have been on testosterone, have a parental consent, we're able to do a lot of the top surgeries for those patients.
So again, this is a hospital filled with physicians and ethicists and other adults who ought to be stepping in to protect children from their worst impulses, from the latest fad, from their parents' neuroses. But they're not doing that because it's just too profitable to destroy the lives of kids. So who should be the backstop against this? Who are the people who oversee this who really should be exercising adult wisdom here and restraint? Well, that would be, by definition, the Vanderbilt University Medical Center's Board of Directors. And we're going to name them now in the hope that these people will do something to stop these crimes before the lives of more children are destroyed. So the board members would include Edith Carroll Johnson, John F. Stein, Jeffrey R. Balzer, Lucinda M. Baer, Daniel Diermeyer, Sarah J. Finley, John R. Ingram, Michael M. E. Johns, Samuel E. Lynch, Alexander C. Taylor, and Makiba Williams. Let's hope these people, this is the board that oversees all of this, let's hope these people act immediately to stop this crime. But to be clear, it's not just Vanderbilt. We called UCLA's hospital today, and they told us they'd be happy to mutilate our child. They just need a referral for insurance purposes. So did Weill Cornell Medicine. One of our producers, Sammy, called Cornell about getting breast implants for her 15-year-old son, who she said was, quote, questioning his gender identity. Just questioning. Here's what they said in response.
It's regarding my son. He is questioning his gender identity, and he was interested in treatments.
Or pop surgery, if that's what you're.
If they're minor, how do you get to that stage? So it's for my son who's a minor, so he can just come in, or do I have to go with him, or how does that work? At 15.
Okay. Yeah, I would come with him.
Yeah, breast implants for a 15-year-old boy. Yeah, I'd come with them. Whatever. It's not just UCLA. The account Libs of TikTok, which the Washington Post is desperately trying to get scrubbed from the internet, recently recorded a similar call with Boston's Children's Hospital. Listen.
I just want to know if you guys do service that age, before coming all the way for an in-person consult and going through all the paperwork. 16. So they would do it for that age? Okay, great. Is it a common procedure that you guys do for that age?
Yes, we have all different recommendations that come in.
For the hysterectomy?
Yes, ma'am.
So Boston Children's Hospital is now playing the victim here. Anyone who criticizes this as a threat and a danger, and get DOJ involved. The Washington Post, New York Times jump on. Anyone who questions this is evil. But that, of course, is the opposite of the truth. The people doing this know that what they are doing is evil. They know perfectly well. And that's why Vanderbilt took down its website after Matt Walsh reported on it. There is no scientific basis for any of this. It does not help children. It harms children. That is known. It's so obvious. Were you not a parent? Researchers in Stockholm studied the effects of transgender surgery over a period of 30 years. What did they find? Well, we'll tell you again. Quote, persons with transsexualism after sex reassignment have considerably higher risks for mortality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric morbidity than the general population. 30-year study. And it's not just one study. more than 1,000 patients at the Tavistock Gender Clinic in the UK had just sued the clinic. They say they were pressured into life-destroying treatments, and that clinic is now being shut down. And that will happen in this country. This is a fad, and because there are no adults left, no one has put up a hand and say, slow down. But 5 years from now, we're going to look back in this, like a lot of things we've done recently, like destroying public art and statues and the COVID vaccine, so many other things that we've done without thinking about it in an environment where no one's allowed to protest. And we're going to look back in shame and horror. So Amy Tishelman is the lead author of the guidelines for the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. And Tishelman just admitted that recommendations for gender-affirming hormones and surgeries were removed from the internet to eliminate a paper trail and avoid lawsuits when inevitably practitioners followed them. Watch.
We were thinking, and it was scary for me, about the potential uses of the chapter for legal and insurance contexts. Again, what we didn't want to do was create a chapter that would make it more likely that practitioners would be sued because they weren't following exactly what we said.
This is completely wrong. They won't even defend it. They won't even answer simple questions about what it is. And again, it's irreversible. Hospitals are mutilating children. Boston Children's Hospital, UCSF, Cornell, UCLA, Vanderbilt, and others. And they should all stop immediately, no matter how much it hurts their business model, no matter how much it costs them. As we told you, Matt Walsh is the man who broke the story about Vanderbilt's abuse of children. He just met with Tennessee state lawmakers, Representative William Lamberth, State Senator Jack Johnson. They said they're working on a bill to shut this program down at Vanderbilt. Can't come soon enough. Matt Walsh joins us tonight. Matt Walsh, thank you so much. And for, among other things, illustrating how journalism can be a force for good, I think yours has been. Have you spoken to anyone at Vanderbilt Hospital about this directly?
Well, Vanderbilt Hospital, I mean, we reached out for a statement when we first published the report, and at first they didn't want to give a statement, and they actually just took down, as you mentioned, they just deleted. So people have to understand, they deleted their entire transgender clinic website. They wiped it from existence. And then today, not to us, but in general, they released a statement. And the interesting thing about the statement they released is that they do not, while they start by claiming there's misinformation and so on, they don't actually factually dispute anything in my report because they can't. Because everything that I said wasn't me saying it. I was just providing video evidence, much of which you played there. What we know for a fact, this is an absolute fact, that Vanderbilt, they perform double mastectomies on minor girls, on children. They chemically castrate children, and they give them irreversible hormone drugs that change their bodies permanently. They're doing all of that to kids. And the other thing we should know, and I'm glad you mentioned all the other hospitals around the country, because the things I just mentioned, that's happening all across the country in every single state, in many hospitals and in many other medical clinics. All of those things are happening. And one of the reasons why it's allowed to keep happening is because people don't know about it, because they're not talking about it. And I think for a lot of average Americans, people just walking down the street, it's sort of unthinkable. They can't imagine that this sort of thing is actually happening, but it is, which is why we have to start by raising awareness about it. And we have to do that no matter the game the left plays, by saying if you so much as mention what they're doing, it's incitement and terrorism, which is absurd. But we can't bend to that tactic. We have to keep shining a light on this.
Cutting the breasts off little girls, sterilizing 14-year-olds, we're not the criminals here. And by the way, I've got to believe that not everyone on the board at Vanderbilt Medical Center is a bad person. I've got to believe a lot of these people had no idea this was happening. And I hope they know now, and I hope they do something tonight to end it. I appreciate your coming on and for all you've done on this. Matt Walsh, thank you.
Thank you.
So we did a whole documentary on the people who were responsible for this abuse. It's called Transgressive, the Cult of Confusion. We stream it now on Fox Nation. We think it's good. News leaders who told you at the top, the Attorney General of the state of New York is suing not just Donald Trump, but his family. There's new information on this, and one lawyer getting to the bottom of it is Harmeet Dillon. She's here to explain what this means exactly. Harmeet, thanks so much for joining us. What is this? Two Fox Nation exclusives. First, Brett Baer's new look at modern socialism. Socialism seems dead and buried, but now it's back. Get the truth behind the ideologies. How they continue to impact our society. Most ferocious debates center on issues of identity, gender, and race. They want to dismantle the organizing principle of society. What they're really after is power. I don't think in the long run they will win because it's essentially an anti-human, anti-American agenda. Brett Baer hosts The Unauthorized History of Socialism, Volume 2, streaming now. Plus, Larry Kudlow leads the live summit as socialist ideas grip the nation. What the real cost is to our economy, our freedoms, and our democracy. Greatest economic minds will join me to discuss how we can get America back to the principles that once made us prosperous and free. Stream the live summit encore and The Unauthorized History of Socialism, Volume 2 now, exclusively on Fox Nation.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I want to give each and every one of you one last chance to get your very own My Pillow for Kill bed sheets. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code, and you'll get the lowest prices ever. For example, you get my best-selling queen size, regular $89.98, now only $39.98. Percale is a type of weave that gives you that cool, crisp feel. These bed sheets are available in a variety of colors. They're durable, and they come with deep pockets that fit over any mattress. They're absolutely amazing. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen now. Use your promo code to get my king size, split kings, or California kings for only $49.98. Queen size and RV queens, only $39.98. Full size for $34.98. Or twin and twin XL for only $29.98. We have limited quantities, and once they're gone, so order now.
Because you be the judge. Nutrisystem has answered the bell with menu items that are new for 2022. Our most satisfying weight loss plan ever, including new premium meals that are big and filling, with up to 30 grams of protein.
I jumped right in and lost 127 pounds.
The new skillet meals are amazing.
And the extra protein gives you a ton of energy.
And we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home. Quickly portion with half the calories.
I can eat a burrito. I get to satisfy my cravings.
The secret is science-based on the latest discoveries. A high-protein, low-glycemic approach to help keep your blood sugar levels steady as you lose weight. Just like always, you get your meals and snacks delivered free with a money-back guarantee. Act now and save big with 50% off all plans.
I lost 40 pounds, 67 pounds.
55 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Go online or call 888-916-SIZE to get 50% off all plans.
A one-on-one with the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, from Mar-a-Lago, an interview you don't want to miss tonight.
Welcome, everyone, and let's find our fit. You feeling that fit yet?
Must be the pants. What can I say? You're in love with pants.
Get with pants.
Want to get into these pants? I know you do.
I like that. And this is a man in love.
If you watch football on TV, you need Fubo TV. The most college football you can get without cable. Stream up to 4 games at once with Ultimate. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to Ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit Ownerly.com today.
You have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
In case you're wondering how thoroughly, maybe irredeemably, our so-called justice system has been politicized, consider Letitia James. So 4 years ago, she was running for Attorney General of the state of New York. And in her campaign, she didn't promise to remove all the rapists from the subway. No, She promised to use the legal system to hurt her political enemies, namely Donald Trump.
I will never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president when our fundamental rights are at stake. He should be charged with obstructing justice. I believe that the president of these United States can be indicted for criminal offenses. We would join with law enforcement and other attorneys general across this nation in removing this president from office.
They want me. You're at. Yeah. I know my neighbor for that.
How can someone like that get elected in a state like New York, which is not all crazy people? There are a ton of smart people, certainly rich people in the state of New York, but somehow that person became Attorney General, the chief law enforcement officer in one of our biggest states. And today she decided to make good on her promise because she's running again. She sued Trump and everyone around him. She says that Trump invoked his Fifth Amendment rights, which you're not allowed to do in New York anymore, and then bragged about the size of his apartment. That's literally in the evidence. If there's any doubt that all this is insane and political, she held a press conference to announce it, really kind of small potatoes for a press conference, and then she ended it this way.
Donald Trump engaged in years of illegal conduct to inflate his net worth, to deceive banks and the people of the great state of New York. Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
What if she pays her taxes? Bet money she doesn't. We don't know that. Just a guess. Would it be interesting to know? Harmeet Dillon is the chairwoman of the Republican National Lawyers Association, and of course, a famous lawyer herself. She joins us today. Harmeet, thanks so much for coming on. So I noticed, I'm not a lawyer, but I noticed they didn't charge him with a crime. If it was a crime, why isn't he being charged with a crime? I'm confused as to what this is.
Well, look, as you mentioned, Letitia James came into office bragging about how she was going to get Trump. She seems to be obsessed with him and, denies the legitimacy of his election. And then it took her 3 years to get to this point. And some would say that because she's trailing in the polls in her race for attorney general, this is time to help boost her ratings. And that's really what this is about. So you're correct, Tucker. She could not find any crime that she could indict President Trump for. She has referred this matter to the Southern District of New York in case they can find something. But let's look at what she did file on. In New York State, fraud has a 6-year statute of limitations. So they're really basically focusing on things that happened before Donald Trump became president and his family members got involved in the government, like Ivanka Trump. So they're really looking at very stale old stuff that nobody bothered about until this time. And what we're really talking about is differences of opinion about valuation of assets that were heavily negotiated with banks. And so Letitia James's complaint, 220 pages worth, belies a shocking naivete about the realities of business, about the realities of how properties are financed, about how businesses operate. And it's really, like you said, very small potato stuff. And if it were done by anybody else, it wouldn't be the subject of a complaint like this. And so this is entirely political, Tucker. And it is not how an attorney general of the United States should be using their awesome political power.
So if there was a victim of this fraud, it would be the banks. But my understanding is the banks didn't complain about this. And did I get that right?
There are no victims. This is a victimless complaint. Nobody is complaining, and the banks all got their money back. Everybody is happy except for Letitia James.
Harmeet Dillon, thanks so much for coming on today. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So the Biden administration has just declared that anyone who opposes the Biden administration is an enemy of the country and likely a violent extremist. Well, a man in North Dakota just murdered a teenager, apparently believing the teenager was one of those extremists he'd heard about from Joe Biden. Fox's Trace Gallagher has this amazing story for us tonight. Hey, Trace.
Hey, Tucker, the evidence shows on Sunday, 41-year-old Shannon Brad was legally drunk when he got into his car and intentionally used his vehicle to strike 18-year-old Kaylor Ellingson. He then fled the scene, leaving the 18-year-old to die. So what prompted the attack? Well, for now, all we have is the affidavit. That is a statement written up by a police officer on scene, which says that Brad, quote, struck the pedestrian because the pedestrian was threatening him. Police say the alleged killer went on to say, quoting, that he hit the pedestrian and that the pedestrian was part of a Republican extremist group. The suspect was then charged with vehicular homicide and was in jail less than 48 hours before being freed on $50,000 bail. Now, It goes without saying in this country, you cannot kill someone because they belong to a certain group. But in this case, there is zero evidence the 18-year-old victim belonged to any group, much less an extremist one. But there is a growing pattern that you no longer need evidence to paint certain people as threatening.
Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
And you may recall the president did not exactly support that statement with ample evidence.
So, Trace Gallagher. I want to pause for a second. Now, we've never hidden the fact that we consider Trace Gallagher one of the most talented people in all of television. You probably don't know this. He does a lot of what he does without a script. Try that sometime. You'll know how hard it is. So we want to congratulate him, but before we do, we want to embarrass him and pull up this vintage photograph of Trace Gallagher. There he is, Trace Gallagher. Trace Gallagher has just been named the new anchor of Fox News at night, midnight Eastern time. The first question we had was, will Trace Gallagher still come on the show? And I think he'll be able to. So we're doubly pleased. Trace Gallagher, thank you and congrats.
The answer is yes, I will. Thank you, Tucker. I appreciate that.
Heartfelt. Well, for many, many years, the phrase El Salvador was synonymous with violent crimes. El Salvador is one of the most violent places in the world. But then they got a new president, Nayib Bukele, and now it's a lot safer than Baltimore. So maybe we could learn something here in the United States. The president of El Salvador joins us live after the break. It's really striking the amount of control that China already has.
We're going to wake up one day and we're going to ask, how did this happen? And the answer is, we let it happen.
China knew very clearly what they wanted from Brazil. They know how Brazil can play the role in their lives.
Under the Biden administration, China is replacing the United States as the dominant power in our hemisphere.
They will build ports, they'll build roads, that's infrastructure, and basically say, here's billions of dollars, and here's a few million for your family, because we want control of your country.
Chinese government has spent billions of dollars buying Brazil's natural resources. Are you worried about the level of Chinese investment in Brazil? Another country controls your natural resources. It's not really your country anymore.
And there won't be anything we can do about it.
Tucker Carlson Originals, the China Takeover of Brazil. Available tomorrow on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxstation.com.
From signature flavor into every sip and sign. Make your statement.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ruby's A1C is down with Rybelsus. My A1C wasn't at goal. Now down with Rybelsus.
Mom's A1C is down with Rybelsus.
In a clinical study, once daily Rybelsus significantly A1C better than a leading branded pill. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away. Get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus for the sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects are nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
Ask your healthcare provider about Rybelsus today.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, a mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Here goes nothing.
Hey, Greg.
It's me, your heart.
Really? Yes. Recording an EKG in 30 seconds. Ta-da!
Wow, that was fast.
Good news, pal. I'm not detecting any of the 6 most common arrhythmias.
What next?
Let's get some fresh air. Been cooped up for too long.
Yeah.
Get Cardio Mobile Card at cardio.com or Amazon.
To finally lose 80 pounds and keep it off with Golo is amazing.
I've been maintaining, the weight is gone, and it's never coming back.
With Golo, I'm not only kept off the weight, but I'm happier, I'm healthier, and I have a new lease on life.
Golo is the only thing that will let you lose weight and keep it off.
Who loses 138 pounds in 9 months? I did. Golo's a lifestyle change, and you make the change, and it stays off.
I feel stronger. I just feel healthier.
My blood pressure is healthy.
And I find I have more energy through the day.
Why are so many people giving 5-star reviews to our Super Beets heart juice? Because Super Beets are nature's heart healthy secret. They're a really simple thing you can do to help promote more energy and support healthy blood pressure.
Super Beets Heart Chews give you the antioxidants you need to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than a healthy lifestyle alone. That's why Super Beets is the top-selling superfood brand at GNC. Find out how you can get a free 30 days of heart chews plus free shipping with your first order by calling or going to foxchews.com. But that's not all. Use discount code FOXVIP and get an extra 20% off.
This Super Beets offer isn't available in stores. And listen, you have nothing to lose because it's guaranteed. So do something good for your blood pressure and your energy.
Don't miss out on this exclusive Fox News offer. Act now.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and due to your incredible support, the original My Slippers are almost completely sold out. As a special thank you, I am launching my brand new all-season slippers, slides, and sandals for as low as $29.98. This is a limited time offer, so go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code, and you'll get all my new footwear for as low as $29.98. My all-season slippers are made with my exclusive 4-layer design that you won't find in any other slipper. They're finished with a breathable fabric so you can wear them all year round. And my new slides and sandals are made with patented impact gel, making them ultra comfortable and extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now to get your very own all-season slippers, slides, and sandals for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. This is an introductory offer and it won't last long, so order now.
America spends Sunday nights with Trey Downey. He's talking the biggest issues facing the nation.
It's one thing to see the problem, it's even better if you see a solution.
And defending you and freedom with the facts. Don't miss Sunday Night America with Trey Downey at 7, only on Fox News Channel.
So of all the countries in the world the Biden administration could single out for criticism, they picked El Salvador, led by President Nayib Bukele. The vice president recently said El Salvador was undemocratic, meaning what? That they enact society-changing regulations without a vote? Oh no, that's them. Actually, we went to El Salvador not that long ago and found that Bukele seems very popular. In fact, he's an 86% approval rating. Why is this? Because he's improved life for the people who live there. Crime is down dramatically. Homicides, in particular, have plummeted since Bukele took office in 2019. You're seeing those numbers on your screen now. If only someone in our country would do this. How'd they do it? Well, Bukele built a massive prison complex that housed 40,000 gang members. He's not letting them out. He's putting them in. And so other people get to live and their children aren't murdered. Now Bukele is threatening to cut off food from prison gang members if gangs continue to kill people on the outside. Yesterday, the president told the UN that organized crime has been defeated in his country. Here's a clip.
We have moved from being a country unknown to many, and those few who knew us due to the gangs, the deaths, violence, war. We've moved from that to becoming a country known for our beaches, our surf, our volcanoes, our financial freedom, our good governance, and the fact that we brought an end to organized crime.
So people are getting murdered less. That's not a good thing. We think it is, and we are honored to be joined right now by the president of El Salvador, President Bukele. Mr. President, thanks so much for coming on. So it sounds to me like you reduced the murder rate in El Salvador in a pretty straightforward way. I wonder why other heads of state aren't calling you for advice on how to do it in their countries.
Thank you, Tucker, for having me. I'm glad to be here. Well, I don't know. Every country, I think, has their own problems. I would guess that probably our approach, that is very, very popular with the people, has a problem. and the problem is that he has common sense. And
Yes.
I say it's a problem because usually the new way of governance is taking away common sense and started doing things the other way around, the way that, of course, you shouldn't do that.
So when you, it seems like when you became president in 2019, you focused very specifically on crime, gangs, murder. Is that correct? And why did you do that? Why that issue?
Well, not only on crime, of course, we focus on other issues: education, health, public works, investment, tourism, infrastructure, etc. But of course, crime is the most important thing. I mean, you might enjoy a road or a beach, but that's it if you're alive. So of course, the lives of the people are the most important thing. So that's why we focus on crime more. But of course, we did focus on all the other issues as well.
So you've threatened to cut off food to gang members in prison if they don't stop the killings on the outside. Yeah. Do you think that they are directing those killings? They're responsible for them, and do you think this will work?
Well, at the beginning they were ordering the killings from the prisons. In the prisons they had, if you see most of the prisons in Latin America, they're like headquarters for crime. They'll be there. They have phones, internet access, computers. They will get orders from the inside to the outside. You can find it everywhere in Central and Latin America. You can find all of those examples. Now in El Salvador, communicating to the outside, it's impossible. You can't communicate from a prison to the outside. There's the internet access is blocked. It's impossible. So, but still, all these gang members are the bosses of the other gang members outside. So of course, gang members outside resent if you and what would like if you do something to their bosses inside the prisons. So one of the things we did was we threatened gang members outside that we will take retaliation with their people inside if they continue the killings of innocent people in El Salvador. That actually, if some people don't know this, but El Salvador was actually the murder capital of the world. I mean, we were a lot more dangerous than Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, you name it. El Salvador was the worst and the most dangerous place to live. It was the murder capital of the world. And now we're on our way to be the safest country in the whole American continent.
It's an amazing story. And I hope mayors of our cities, Baltimore, Gary, Indiana, New York City, will call you for advice on how to replicate your successes. Mr. President, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we've been updated on a story we told you about whistleblowers exposing political corruption at the FBI. I'll have that for you right after the break.
To live the life I love, I fill it with family, friends, and my passion, playing the drums. Connecting with others through music fills my soul, but these days it can come with a price. That's why I take Relief Factor, and I feel the difference it makes in my life. Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better. Would you like to get back to living the life you used to live without aches and pains, including elbow, hip, knee, neck, and back pain? That's what Relief Factor has done for me. I feel the difference all day, every day. By taking Relief Factor, I can live the life I want to live. Get your 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Move more, live more, take control of your pain. Call 1-800-4RELIEF to order now or go to relieffactor.com. Why wait to live the life you love? Do what I and hundreds of thousands of Americans are doing and just enjoy your life more with Relief Factor.
The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing Copper Physical, the world's first compression sleeve to include the cooling sensation of menthol. The more you move, the more you'll feel the support. Our most advanced compression sleeve yet, a more durable heavyweight weave with seamless 4-way stretch for continuous compression and faster recovery of sore muscles and joints. Copper Fit Eyes, feel the fit. Now available at these fine stores.
Even before the pandemic, my visiting angels caregiver has been by my side. I would be lost without her. And my daughter doesn't have to worry about me like she used to. My visiting angel makes sure I'm safe and sound in my own home. She's not just a caregiver. She's essential to me and my family. America's choice voting.
Hey, guy, let's do it. Protect your truck with laser measured WeatherTech floor liners in the front. It's perfect. And rear. Under seat storage system. No drill mud flaps. The tech liner to protect the bed and tailgate. Bump stop to guard the rear bumper. And the cup phone to secure your phone.
Yes.
Guy, order your American made products at WeatherTech.com.
My name is Diane. I grow lots of pretty flowers. At a point in my life not too long ago, I was thinking I could never garden again. But then I found Balance of Nature, and it's just been a no-brainer ever since. I feel great. I have plenty of energy. I sleep well at night. With the Balance of Nature, I can work just as hard and as long as I really want to. It's just been a godsend.
Start today by going to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Fox News.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
A one-on-one with the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, from Mar-a-Lago, an interview you don't want to miss tonight.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
Okay, Wexman. And 77 right song.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
When as hearing loss continued to progress, we stopped doing some of the things that we really love.
Then I found Lexi here.
Lexi offers premium medical grade hearing aids delivered directly to your door. You get high quality hearing aids, plus batteries and accessories delivered regularly.
Don't miss out on another day. Visit LexiHearing.com and get started now.
Call 1-800-750-9821 or visit LexiHearing.com today to try Lexi risk-free for 45 days. Don't wait. Call today.
Get top dollar and sell your home fast with the very best real estate agents. At IRL Agent, we thoroughly research top agents in your local market. We analyze the results. We personally interview them and negotiate a great commission on your behalf, as low as 2%.
I think to be able to call ideal agent somebody who's already vetted the agents and have somebody that is top notch, that saves a whole lot of work and a whole lot of worry.
Call today or visit idealagent.com. The best agents at a great commission guaranteed.
A whistleblower from within the FBI recently revealed that the Biden administration is manipulating the way January 6th case files are maintained. The goal of this is to create the illusion, the false sense that there's a tidal wave of right-wing domestic terrorism all over the country. But it's a lie, because there isn't. Miranda Devine at the New York Post has identified this FBI whistleblower and spoken directly to him, and she joins us tonight. Miranda, thanks so much for coming on. What did you learn?
Thanks, Tucker. Well, I learned that Stephen Friend, FBI special agent still serving, who was suspended on Monday, is an American hero. He had the dream job. He's been with the FBI for 12 years. He's a SWAT team member, but he just could not live with his conscience after he was dragged off these very important child porn, child exploitation, human trafficking investigations that he was working on, and put on these really bogus January 6 cases that just serve to, back up the rhetoric that we're hearing from the White House that domestic terrorism is the worst threat to America since the Civil War. And so he could see from on the ground how the FBI Washington field office was manipulating these cases to try and expand and pretend that the problem was bigger than it was. And he also didn't want to participate in SWAT raids on people who had just were being, accused of misdemeanors at worst, innocent American citizens. And They were being told to investigate people who hadn't even gone to Washington, D.C. that day. In one case, a man had been at his son's funeral that day, yet he had FBI agents knocking on his door. People were being surveilled. This is just such an abuse of their civil rights. And Steve Friend stood up and said, I will not do this. He did everything the right way. He complained to all his supervisors. He told them what FBI rules were being violated and what policies were not being followed and what constitutional rights of American citizens were being abused. And he was ignored. He was threatened, and he's now this afternoon filed a whistleblower complaint with the Inspector General, Michael Horowitz. And he's also been talking to Senator Chuck Grassley and some of the Republicans about his complaints. And he is there. You see his photograph online, 37-year-old man, father of 2 young children. It took a lot of courage to do this at great risk to himself and blowing up a career he loved.
It's baffling that he's the one being punished when he didn't do anything wrong. And I hope that there are many more whistleblowers like him. I got to think a lot of FBI agents are very distressed. Yeah, well, good.
He's the first of many. Yeah.
Thank you for your reporting. So the Biden administration has completely erased a lot of our legal norms here at home, but they're also erasing centuries of foreign policy. So we just went to Brazil for a brilliant episode of Tucker Carlson Originals and produced a piece called The China Takeover. We saw firsthand that the U.S. is affirmatively allowing Brazil to fall under the influence and control of the People's Republic of China. Here's a first look at what we found. In 1823, President James Monroe announced a policy that has been the center of American foreign policy for the last 200 years. Called the Monroe Doctrine, it has a very simple thesis. Great powers would not be allowed to control nations in the Western Hemisphere. That would be a direct threat to the interests of the United States. And for 200 years, we haven't allowed it. Under the Biden administration, the Monroe Doctrine is no longer enforced. Constrained by its ideological concerns, consumed with petty political grievances, and above all, distracted by a faraway war in Eastern Europe, the Biden administration has abdicated its responsibility. And into the void left by the United States moves a new superpower. We've come to Brazil to see for ourselves the rise of China and how the government of China is replacing the United States as the dominant power in our hemisphere. The China Takeover of Brazil, available tomorrow on Fox Nation. We think it's pretty good. Well, Bill Gates has moved on from selling the COVID vaccine. Now he's got a new pitch. You're going to want some. We'll tell you what it is next.
I was labeled severely handicapped and 100% disabled. The doctors went over a 3-page list of stuff they said I would never do again, that I would never ride a bike or swim. I was pretty upset, pretty depressed for a number of years. With the brain injury, I spent 1.5 years rehabbing on active duty and then another 3.5 years rehabbing at the VA. Through the VA Adaptive Sports, they do what's called a New England Winter Sports Clinic. And one night they introduced sled hockey. I spent like 20 minutes on the ice. I had horrible balance. I was falling over left and right because, you could skate like that. But it was pretty incredible and I loved it. I went and tried out for the national team 6 months after testing it the first time. I was really there just to learn, see what else I needed to work on. Making the national team definitely changed me as far as my confidence, my outlook on life. My old house was 3 stories, so crawling to do the laundry, crawling to go up to bed, none of the doors were wheelchair width. This home is incredible because it is totally wheelchair accessible, so every aspect of it I can do from my wheelchair. The cabinets actually pull down to wheelchair height. The stovetop lowers to wheelchair height. The doors have automatic door openers. Everything is flush, all the transitions. There's no lips or ridges anywhere. I started training dogs about 9 years ago. Most of the dogs are service dogs, but we also have therapy dogs in our program. We've had 1 graduation so far, and we have 28 dogs in our program right now. If another vet or anybody gave me a call about Tunnel to Towers, I would absolutely recommend them, knowing that it truly does benefit us and go to good people and make a difference in veterans' lives. It's amazing.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I want to give each and every one of you one last chance to get your very own My Pillow for Kill bed sheets. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code, and you'll get the lowest prices ever. For example, you get my best-selling queen size, regular $89.98, now only $39.98. Percale is a type of weave that gives you that cool, crisp feel. These bed sheets are available in a variety of colors. They're durable, and they come with deep pockets that fit over any mattress. They're absolutely amazing. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen now. Use your promo code to get my king size, split kings, or California kings for only $49.98. Queen size and RV queens only $39.98. Full size for $34.98, or twin and twin XL for only $29.98. We have limited quantities, and once they're gone, they're gone. So order now.
23 years ago, long before race, I found Systematic to my own money to make computers run faster. Today, Systematic is a global cybersecurity record. This and zero trust center of excellence and SBA awarded PCmatic federal certification authorizing PCmatic to protect federal agencies. What does that mean? Simply put, PCmatic is federal grade. PCmatic has 5 patents and countless awards. And for as little as $50, PCmatic can protect up to 5 devices in one full year. PCmatic works on Windows, Windows servers, Macs, MacBooks, Android phones, and tablets. And now, PCmatic works on iPhone and Linux servers. PCmatic is proudly made in America and protects homes, businesses, and government agencies, including the federal government and our military. For American-made, federal-grade cybersecurity, correctly stop printing, go to PCmatic.com.
I heard your first time. I just wanted to hear it again.
Nearly invisible, incredibly comfortable, mask and eyeglass friendly, universal fit in either ear. Introducing the Hearing Assist Micro with advanced digital signal processing, which reduces background noise and feedback. No one will ever know you're wearing it. Designed, engineered, and assembled in the USA. Come see the full selection of Hearing Assist products for hundreds, not thousands of dollars. Now available at your Walmart Vision Center.
To get more heads up here, start training it here. Introducing new reality. Game speed pitches anywhere, anytime. Hands in sync with eyes. It's sync with your progress. Be ready for peace with reality.
Never even. Bill Gates got rich selling mediocre, clunky software, so obviously you want to put him in charge of the world, which he is. He spent more than a year lecturing you about getting the vaccine. Not talking about the vaccine much anymore. Kind of weird. But now he's got a new hobby horse, corn. Bill Gates just uploaded this deeply distressing video onto social media. Watch this.
Being to a corn.
We're not sure what that was, so we're going to do something we've never done before, and it's cool, but we're going to do it. We're going to replay what we just played so we can assess it more coolly. Here it is again.
Being to a corn.
So I guess the takeaway is, having produced some of the world's worst software and then pushed a vaccine that doesn't work, now that he owns all the farmland, Bill Gates is going to have to genetically re-engineer one of the world's most important staple grains, corn. We have high hopes for that project. That's it for us tonight. Of course, we'll be back 8 p.m. tomorrow and every night. In the meantime, here's Sean. And welcome to Hannity. And tonight we are in beautiful Palm Beach, Florida, broadcasting from Mar-a-Lago, where in just a moment, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, he will join us for his very first sit-down interview since roughly 30 federal agents, guns drawn, stormed through the doors right here in the president's own home. Now, in what was obviously an unprecedented rate historically, well, we begin with a few serious questions for everybody watching tonight. Do we have in America today equal justice under the law? We have equal application of our laws in this country. Do our local, state, and federal officials, do they investigate crimes or prosecute people? If America's justice system is ever weaponized and politicized beyond repair, this country that we all love, we are in big trouble. I'll take a look at New York Attorney General Letitia James. Now, today she filed a lawsuit against Donald Trump and 3 of his children and other entities, claiming that they inflated the value of the Trump Organization. It is nothing short of a very obvious political stunt. It is not a criminal case. It is a civil case. But after 3 years of nonstop, obsessive investigations into every aspect of the president's life, Letitia James, she had to do something. Because during her race for Attorney General in the state of New York, she seemed totally, completely uninterested with investigating crimes or keeping New York safe from violent offenders. It's less safe than it's ever been. Instead, her main campaign pledge was to go after one man, Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's family, and Donald Trump's organization. Well, today, in front of the entire nation, she fulfilled her campaign promise. Take a look.
I will never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president when our fundamental rights are at stake. I believe that the president of these United States can be indicted for criminal offenses.
I know my name personally. That man in the White House. We can't go a day without threatening our fundamental rights.
Yes, we need to focus on Donald Trump and his abuses. We need to follow his money. We need to find out where he's laundered money. We need to find out whether or not he's engaged in conspiracy.
Now, is it any wonder these numbers came out today? The state of New York set a brand new record for the month of August. 5,838 residents in the state of New York have now switched in 31 days, their driver's licenses from New York to Florida. That's in 1 month. Now, the Attorney General isn't even trying to hide her efforts to weaponize justice in New York State. Her conduct is deeply unethical at best, but she's not alone. Now, from the Trump haters on Capitol Hill, high-ranking deep state bureaucrats in the DOJ, the FBI, now we have witnessed going on many years, the 45th president has been the subject of what is nonstop, never-ending legal scrutiny focused not on a specific crime, but on the man himself. Now, this is an intense legal scrutiny that no Democrat has ever faced, no other president has ever faced. For example, for the first time in history, an American president's home was raided by the FBI. Biden, his main opponent in 2020, maybe 2024, well, his DOJ is accusing former President Trump of holding on to 103 classified documents after his presidency. And they have 11,000 that were not controversial in any way. And by the way, a president can declassify any of these documents, unlike, for example, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, she cannot. We'll get to that in a minute. Still, she stored 110 classified documents on unsecured private servers. Hillary Clinton was never forced to endure a federal raid. She was never charged with any crime. Now, here is James Comey, in his own words, outline all the classified information that he and his FBI at the time that they found, and then stating no reasonable prosecutor would ever bring a case against Clinton. Take a look.
110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined by the owning agency to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. 8 of those chains contained information that was top secret at the time they were sent. 36 of those chains contained secret information at the time, and 8 contained confidential information at the time. Although we did not find clear evidence
that Secretary Clinton or her colleagues intended to violate laws governing the handling of classified information. There is evidence that they were extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly classified information. Although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case.
Now, keep in mind with what you just heard, 33,000 emails on servers and hard drives. Remember, nobody had ever heard of something called BleachFit. Well, she washed those servers, those hard drives clean with BleachFit. Now the country knows what it is. Also, communication devices, they were destroyed with hammers. SIM cards removed from phones and Blackberries. One set of rules for Trump, another for Hillary Clinton. And we see the same thing, by the way, with the Bidens, Joe Biden and his family. As President Trump was impeached over a routine phone call with Ukraine saying, I hope you're not going to be like your predecessors and abuse the money of my taxpaying fellow Americans. Well, they accused President Trump at the time of a quid pro quo. We went through an impeachment over that. Apparently, though, on the other hand, it was perfectly fine Joe Biden bragging on tape that he literally leveraged $1 billion of your taxpayer dollars to get a prosecutor in Ukraine fired. We find out why. We're investigating his son, who's making millions with no experience. Is this equal justice? Take a look.
We're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said, I said, call off. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 million. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. You're leaving the air. And I think it was, what, 6 hours. And I looked at it and said, leave it 6 hours. And that the prosecutor's not fired and not getting the money. Son of a fired.
Now, the prosecutor Joe wanted, well, is gone. After 6 hours, the son of a bee is gone. When the investigation for his son Hunter for public corruption for years has been going on, the zero experience Hunter, that prosecutor was investigating. He went on GMA, no experience in oil or gas or energy or Ukraine. And he was traveling the world with his father, selling access to the office of then Vice President Biden, making millions of dollars from communist China, a $150 billion deal there. Again, no experience. A Russian oligarch, the former First Lady of Moscow, $3.5 million, Kazakhstan, and every other corrupt country they could on the face of the earth. And then, by the way, he then allegedly funneled that money back to the United States. There are issues involving taxes there. Tony Bobolinsky told the country that he was the big guy. He sat in the meetings. They were going to give him his percentage, meaning Joe Biden. And meanwhile, Hunter was on video with the laptop that everybody said 3 weeks before the 2020 election was Russian disinformation. It wasn't. But there he is smoking crack, soliciting foreign prostitutes, and and the recording all of it on the laptop that the FBI has now had for years. Oh, and he also lied on a gun application, lost track of that gun. It ended up in a dumpster near an elementary school. But Hunter's home, his home was never raided. Joe's home, it's never been raided. We now have all the evidence that one could ever want that Joe Biden knew of and knowingly profited from his son Hunter's foreign business dealings. He lied to the country when he said, I've never one time talked to my son about his foreign business dealings. Now, the media mob, I know you're watching tonight, welcome aboard, they won't even ask him about why he lied. All the evidence exists. He did meet many of Hunter Biden's business partners, foreign business partners. And according to whistleblowers, we're expecting a lot of them in the coming weeks and months, high-ranking federal officials attempted to either slow walk or in fact block investigations into these apparent crimes. So tonight, I asked the media mob, I know you're watching, I asked the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, I know you're watching. I asked FBI Director Wray, sure you're all watching. Is this really the America you want? Is this the justice system that the American people deserve, where political justice and vengeance is doled out by those in power while others are protected and shielded from prosecution? Because the pendulum, by the way, I will remind you, it will swing. And right now, we are headed down a very dark path. And I want to be very clear. I'm very clear. I'm a conservative. And I would never want in the United States of America, I believe the greatest country God gave man, any Democrat, any socialist to be treated unfairly. not to have equal justice or application of our laws. That would be unconstitutional. All right, joining us now for the full hour, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, Mr. President. Good to see you.
That was a very good job.
Okay, so
You've done that before.
I have once in a while, but a number of years.
Thank you very much.
So your whole family, you saw the Letitia James dresser.
Terrible.
Okay. What was your reaction?
Well, she campaigned on it 4 years ago. It was a vicious campaign, and she just talked about Trump and we're going to indict him. We're going to get him. She knew nothing about me. I never heard of her. But I saw this woman. I saw the statement she was putting out without knowing anything. And she said, we're going to get him. That her whole campaign was based on that. And then she came after us. We've been going over this for years. And I actually thought, because our values are really high, the company is great. I built a great company. You take places like this, so many other places I have like this, frankly. I mean, just to among the finest places anywhere in the world. I actually thought that they would never bring a case, and she brought it. And the reason I thought, because she didn't have a case. I was of the impression she wanted to settle, but I had a problem, because how do you pay something, even if it's a small amount of money, if you're not guilty? This was just a continuation of a witch hunt that began when I came down the escalator at Trump Tower with our, who would know, our great future First Lady, who's done a great job and people love her. But we came down the escalator and it started. But I'm so proud of what we did. We had the strongest border in the country. We had the biggest tax cuts and regulation cuts. We had the best employment ever in the country. We were energy independent. We did things that nobody ever thought possible. We would have been energy dominant throughout the world in a very short period of time, much larger than Russia, much larger than Saudi Arabia put together. We were all set. And then they came along and they just dismantled that. They wouldn't finish the wall. The wall was completed. The original section was completed. I said, let's do more. We did more. He could have had that finished in 3 weeks. And now you have millions and millions of people pouring through. We had the strongest border in history. And by the way, that included drugs too. We had drugs down 19% from what they were the previous year and 20% from what they were that previous year. We were doing great. And now the drugs are pouring into our country at a level that nobody's seen. And the people, they're emptying out their prisons into the United States.
Let me go back to Letitia James. Did you ever in your life fill out a loan application running the Trump organization?
Well, you know, we make loans, but I have very little debt. You know,
here's what I want to tell you.
And Sean, I might add one thing. They've demeaned me for years with this stuff. And now they find out I have very little debt, very, very little, a lot of cash. We have a great company and we have among the best assets anywhere in the world. But I went through, they were demeaning me, you know, constantly, these people. There's something wrong with them. I really believe they hate our country.
I was told that in your financial statements, when you make a loan application, and you can confirm if you know this or not know this, do you put in a caveat that actually says these are our valuations?
Yeah.
Because I don't know a lending institution, a bank, a financial institution that would lend money to anybody and just go by the borrower's estimation, evaluation of a particular property. So if you're buying $100 million property and you're putting X, Y, and Z up for leverage, you estimate its value at this, they estimate it at this.
Right.
Don't they have a fiduciary responsibility before they give you that amount of money?
So what they do,
determine what the value is?
First of all, these are banks that have the best law firms in the world, the biggest and best and most powerful. They do their own work. They don't rely on us. But what they do is we have a disclaimer. And we put together, my people put it together. I would look at it and it looked fine, but it's not overly important. What's important is the property. I have the best property. What happens, Sean, is we have a disclaimer right on the front. And it basically says, you know, get your own people. You're at your own risk. This was done by management. It wasn't done by it. It was done by management. So don't rely on the statement that you're getting. And by the way, it goes on for like a page and a half. It's a very big disclaimer. It's a very powerful disclaimer. It basically says to an institution, you're going to loan money. You have to go out and make sure that, you know, you get your own appraisers, your own lawyers, everything. These are banks that have the best lawyers in the world, Sean. This is the only case, by the way, that got paid back. Just so you know.
Nobody got
I never got a default. No, I paid them back because we have a lot of cash. I paid them back. I paid many of them off. I have very little debt, unbelievably little debt.
The loans off. So so there was no harm No fact.
No
So-
bank, they didn't lose
So
money.
you told every institution what you believe the valuation is. They have a fiduciary responsibility before they give you 100 or 200 or $300 million to buy a property. They have that responsibility to come up with their own valuation because they've got their own bosses and shareholders that they have to answer to.
So they would look at a property like this. I don't even have a mortgage on this property. I don't have a mortgage on most of my properties. You know, I used to read where I was overextended and he had so much money to borrow. And I'm saying, what are they talking about? And actually, the one good thing is people see what a great company I built. I built a great company, a powerful company, a company that's very lowly leveraged with among the best assets anywhere in the world. I mean, you look at this asset, she has this down at $75 million. I can tell you, it's many times that number. She said, oh, he valued it at 75 or whatever it is, or she valued it at 75. What does Letitia James know? But if I were going, I don't have a mortgage on this property. If I was going to put a mortgage on this property, the institutions are going to be coming over. They're going to go through comparable properties all over Palm Beach or whatever it is, wherever it may be, Miami. We have them all over. We have tremendous properties. And again, we have very little debt. The debt we did have, it was paid current. The banks made a lot of money. She's trying to defend banks that got paid off. She's trying to defend banks that had unbelievable legal talent. I will tell you that they're very good.
You know, there's no loan that you can think of where they didn't do their own valuation, their own vetting, their own financial assessment. All right.
By the way, they have people in-house that do it too. Right. But you can just say, you know, here's a financial statement. But what we do is, here's a financial statement, but be careful because it may not be accurate. It may be way off. I mean, we go, I think it's close to a page and a half of all of these things. Get your own people, use your own appraisers, use your own lawyers. Don't rely on us. And then she sued us. Now, again, I didn't think this would ever happen because they had no case. I met with them. I actually thought they wanted to settle, but I didn't want to settle because how can you, even if I paid a very small amount, you're sort of admitting guilt.
Did she offer you a settlement deal?
I could have said, in my opinion, I could have settled the case.
All right, we're just getting things started. Former President Trump is with us for the full hour tonight here at Mar-a-Lago. When we come back, we're going to ask him about the raid right here at Mar-a-Lago as we continue.
Veteran homeowners, prices are rising fast. If you need cash, call New Day. Get an average of $60,000 with the New Day 100 loan. It lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value, not just 80%. That extra cash helps you pay down high-rate credit cards, personal loans, even car loans. Credit concerns? Give us a call. When your bank says no to a veteran, New Day can say yes.
Call 1-844-414-1558.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. With Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen. So I said, yeah, I'll try that. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
One of the greatest ways to show the people you love you care about them is to feed them. It can take a lot of effort, but it's always worth it. With all of the effort I put in preparation, Relief Factor helps me feel ready to take it on. I feel the difference all day, every day. Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better. Would you like to get back to living the life you used to live without aches and pains? That's what Relief Factor's done for me. Get your 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Move more, live more. Just decide that now's the time to take control of your pain. Call 1-800-4RELIEF to order now or go to relieffactor.com. If it can help me, there's a good chance it can help you too. Now I can focus on the ones I love the way I love to show it. Why wait to live the life you love? Do what I and hundreds of thousands of Americans are doing and just enjoy your life more with Relief Factor.
Before I lost the weight, I definitely wasn't feeling like myself. Mentally, it was a difficult time for me.
The picture showed this huge guy And I'm like, oh my God, is that me?
Having to ask for seatbelt extenders. That's pretty embarrassing.
Now is the time for you to try Nutrisystem with food that is new for 2022.
It's hard to even believe this food could help you lose weight.
You jump on the scale and you're like, yes.
Nutrisystem follows a high protein, low glycemic approach that keeps your blood sugar steady so you feel full as you lose the weight. And wait till you try new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein. And that's not all that's new.
New restaurant favorites are my favorites.
I love the toasted raviolis.
Get meals and snacks delivered free with a money-back guarantee.
I look at pictures now and I'll go, you look good.
Act now and get 50% off all plans.
I've lost 127 pounds.
40 pounds.
47 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Go online or call 888-913-SIZE to get 50% off all plans.
Meet the Taylor family. They no longer needed to pick up a ladder to clean their gutters once they picked up the phone and called Leaf Filter. The Taylors protected their biggest investment by investing in the #1 rated gutter protection system. Their low monthly payments are affordable. Their gutters are no longer a hassle. They saved thousands in costly repairs caused by clogged and overflowing gutters by refusing to let another fall or winter destroy their home. Now only water flows through their gutters. No nasty debris, no costly damage. Leaf Filter's professional installers gave them peace of mind and clog-free gutters for a lifetime. The Taylors and over 1 million other homeowners all chose Leaf Filter. Protect your biggest investment against clogged gutters like the Taylors. For every home, for every season, for every budget, there's Leaf Filter.
Hurry, act now and save $500. Be sure to ask about our special financing options. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate.
For breaking news, politics, and Beltway coverage like no other, Fred Bear has a smart analysis you can't miss. Special report, weeknights at 6 on Fox News Channel.
When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, and business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I considered payroll providers for my business, I looked for a solution that fit into my busy schedule. Short payroll makes running payroll easy, and its US-based customer service is there for me when I have questions, after hours, and even Saturdays.
Visit yourpayroll.com for a 2-month free trial because small business is our business.
Get top dollar and sell your home fast with the very best real estate agents. At IRL Agent, we thoroughly research top agents in your local market. We analyze the results. We personally interview them and negotiate a great commission on your behalf, as low as 2%.
I think to be able to call ideal agent somebody who's already vetted the agents and have somebody that is top notch, I say it's a whole lot of work and a whole lot of work.
Call today or visit IRLagent.com. The best agents at a great commission guaranteed.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-333-4485. That's 1-800-333-4485. Or go to mesobook.com.
Welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Trace Gallagher in Los Angeles. A federal appeals court granting the Justice Department investigative access to classified documents seized from former President Trump's Florida estate. The 3-judge panel overturning an earlier ruling which prevented the DOJ from using the records until a special master finished reviewing them. The FBI last month collected roughly 11,000 documents from Mar-a-Lago, including about 100 with classification markings. Hurricane Fiona is expected to brush Bermuda later tonight. The Category 4 storm already leaving a trail of destruction in Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. Fiona dumped about 2 feet of water in Puerto Rico. Roughly 70% of the people there lost their power, and many are also without clean drinking water. As news breaks out, we will break in. I'm Trace Gallagher. Now back to Hannity.
Welcome back to Hannity reporting tonight from Mar-a-Lago, and here is more of my interview from earlier today with President Trump. Let's talk about where we are right now. We're in Mar-a-Lago. Where were you when you heard that your personal home was being raided? And what did you think?
I was in New Jersey. I got a call in the morning from somebody that's here, person works
sir, the FBI just came in. I said, what? The FBI? Who? And they go, the FBI. And I said, how many people? Many, many people, sir. Many, many people. And I couldn't believe it. And they wanted to do it quietly, silently. And I said, what do you mean silent? They're not silent because I watched the way they were so horrible to so many people that you know and that I know that are good people, where they just attacked them in the house. And they wanted to do it quietly. And by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we started getting little strange calls, like from a group called the Media, if you've ever heard of them. And they said, something strange is happening at Mar-a-Lago. There are people standing at the gates with AK-47s or some kind of a very sophisticated gun. And what's happening at Mar-a-Lago? And when I heard that, I said, well, let's put out a notice that we were attacked or raided or broken in by the FBI. I couldn't believe it.
They wouldn't allow your lawyers to go with them as they went through this entire.
They wouldn't allow. We sent lawyers to the property.
So here's my question. They did ask you to turn off your security cameras.
That's right.
But you didn't do it.
That's right.
Will you release those tapes publicly?
Well, they've asked me not to do it because they feel the FBI agents might be in physical harm, in danger, because there is a fervor in this country. This country is so tired of this stuff. They're really, and so I have not done it.
You could pixel out their faces to get their identity.
Yeah, I guess they could do that. I mean, I said, look, I don't want. I really believe that most of the people within the FBI, out of the top groups, most of the people in the FBI, they probably voted for Trump. I don't want to have anybody hurt. But they came onto the site. They wouldn't allow any legal representation or representation. So they go into the rooms, like my bedroom, my office. They go into the room.
Your wife's closet.
Wife's closet.
Your son's
wife's room. My son's bedroom. Yeah. There's a picture of Hunter Biden and Barron Trump. Barron looks so innocent, and Hunter doesn't look so innocent. They said his room was raided, but his wasn't. It's a terrible thing.
Okay, so they went to a magistrate. Merrick Garland has said, he came out and he said, I authorize this. Now, what's interesting is they went to a magistrate right here in Florida. A magistrate who had already previously recused himself from a case involving you because he was prejudiced against you. Okay, as I understand it was months earlier. Why then didn't he recuse himself in this case? And then part two of this question is this. They took your passport, they took your medical records, they took your tax records, and probably the scariest part to me, and this is why a fraud warrant like this to me would be dangerous. We do have a Fourth Amendment. They also took, 500 pages of attorney-client privilege information. Have you gotten that back, by the way?
A lot. I don't know. I really don't know. They took a lot. I think they took my will. I found out yesterday. I said, where is it?
Am I in?
I think they took my will. It caused a lot of problems. That could cause a lot of problems if that gets published from people that won't be so happy, or maybe will be very happy.
Okay.
But no, I think they took my will. No, it's a horrible thing.
But wait a minute. But why?
They shopped. They went to a magistrate that hates me, a magistrate that recused himself not long ago in another case because he hated Trump. He's a Clinton person and an Obama person. And I understand that, but he hated Trump. And for a smaller case that was less meaningful, he decided to recuse himself. For a very important case for the country, he decided that I'll take this one. Now, he didn't do it because of his hatred of Trump. I don't know why he hates me, but he hates me. Maybe he doesn't like strong military, low taxes, good education.
He might like $6 a gallon gasoline.
Well, he's got it.
He does what he's like. Let me go through this. Before you left the White House, please explain the process. From my understanding, what I've read, you have the GSA. They pack all the boxes. Okay. Did you pack any boxes?
No, they work together with people in the White House. I don't know how you would classify it, but GSA was involved. That's government services. They're fantastic people. And they packed them. And not only that, and they brought them in along with people in the White House. I don't know who they are, but there are a lot of people working in the White House. They packed them up, but not that clothing, massive amounts of pictures. You know, they take so many pictures every day, and they give you copies of all this stuff. And it's boxes and boxes of pictures, newspaper articles, tremendous, even kitchen things. You have tremendous amounts of different items. much clothing, I mean, shirts and everything, sports gear. So all of this stuff. Now, just to show you, there are many pictures of this stuff standing on the sidewalk outside, not in the basement. Not in the basement. They're standing outside. I was going to say like Joe, but I decided not to because I want to be a very nice person.
I mean,
But
right now,
this is Jim standing outside boxes, all these boxes, getting ready to be put by the GSA, I assume, into a truck and brought down to Palm Beach. There was nothing that was hiding. And if you look at the Presidential Records Act, this was what happens. You get together with GSA. Now, you have to understand, they bring it down, but NARA, and you talk and you work and you negotiate. I mean, they did it. It's not that old. I think in the 1970s, exactly for this. And we were having very nice discussions, no problem. And then all of a sudden we got hit very hard by the FBI.
Let's backtrack a little. In January of this year, the National Archives Record Administration, I guess they had been negotiating or they came and got 15 boxes. My understanding is that they sent you a letter thanking you and your team for their cooperation.
They actually thanked us. Yeah.
They thanked you. Okay. And then so at that point, what was your involvement in the process? Did you have
not much of an involvement other than we had boxes. And again, many of these boxes had other things, you know, many newspapers, literally massive amounts of newspapers and pictures. But there were a lot of boxes for a lot of different things. But they actually wrote a letter, thank you very much for your cooperation, effectively. And we were doing that, which is exactly what we're supposed to do based on the Presidential Records Act. And Sean, we were doing that. And we continued to do it. And then we got hit by, it was really
because it was so voluminous, the number of, papers.
Well, it was actually, you have pictures of it. Actually, you have pictures of it. Pretty much, I think many pictures of people, I think they were GSA, mostly people, some people in the White House, standing outside of the White House. Other people were coming up and taking pictures. If we wanted to do this, we'd do it through the basement and we wouldn't let anybody take pictures. We had nothing to
do. Did you ever at any point deny any access from anyone in the national, from NARA or from the DOJ or the FBI access? Because in June, there were, my understanding is, the DOJ, the FBI guys were here and they saw a remaining 10 boxes, which they ended up taking in the raid. And a couple of days later, they asked you and your team to put a padlock on it. And that day, were they free to take those documents with them? Was there any disagreement about that?
You said access. I'm not sure they asked for access per se.
They were shown the box.
I thought we were having a very good conversation, even when they went downstairs, the attorneys went downstairs, showed them the room, showed them the boxes. I thought it was a very routine thing. And again, if you look at the law or the act or whatever, the Presidential Records Act, it basically said everything that we were doing, we should be doing. We can talk to them. Now, when they're here, we could do lots of things. I think we had good security. We had, as you know, we had tremendous Secret Service. They are unbelievable people. And all of them Mar-a-Lago, as happens to a former president, et cetera, et cetera. I hate to use the word former because I have a lot of problems with what happened. But the fact is, and we wouldn't be having all these problems that we have right now, by the way, with Ukraine and Russia talking about nuclear weapons now.
I want to get to
all of that, because what's happening in the world is horrible. But we had good discussions as per the whole Records Act, Presidential Records Act. And then all of a sudden, we were surprised. I was very surprised. By the way, if we don't have good discussions, if you can't agree with that, there's like a process that you go through. And I think that the president predominates in the end. Mm-hmm. It's his choice in the end.
Let me stop here. I started this show with a monologue.
Yeah.
In that monologue, I pointed out Hillary Clinton, which is I guess the closest case in modern history that this mirrors your case, except hers were electronic. And you heard Jim Comey, I just played it, top secret classified information on her server. Think of all these email chains. Then we have the deleted emails, the bleach bit of the other 33,000 emails, the hammers, the devices, the SIM cards, all those things that I mentioned.
Right.
So we have a similar case. And then you heard James Comey say no prosecutor would ever prosecute. But they're threatening to prosecute you. What is the difference between what you're describing with they found apparently 101 top classified documents in the boxes that they found. They found 11,000 pages that weren't classified.
But we don't know what they found because they wouldn't let any representative. They had our lawyers. It was 100 degrees out. They had our lawyers standing outside, not even allowing them into a building where they had air conditioning. It's a big complex. And you had you had a lot of people here. I don't know how many. You had a lot of people. They wouldn't let anyone inside. And, if you look at NARA and if you look at the FBI over the last 10, 15 years, and if you look at all of the things at the Justice Department, what's taken place, when you look at what took place with the Russia hoax, Sean, they spied on my campaign. What could be worse? Could you imagine, take Obama, if we spied on his campaign, it would probably be death sentence. They spied on my campaign even when I was in the White House. And who would think that this is possible, that they spied? So, we're not dealing with a lot of trust here, and the public isn't either. The American public is really angry.
So then this is a big part of what I want to get into, and that is, okay, I mentioned, for example, 33,000 deleted emails. We talked about Hunter Biden's laptop. We talked about in that laptop, Joe Biden is implicated many times by his own son. He didn't want to pay all of dad's bills. He didn't want to pay for his repairs. The big guy gets his cut. Tony Bobolinsky confirmed the big guy is Joe Biden. He met with, we now know, about 14 of the foreign business partners, which means he lied during the campaign. You don't see anything happen there. For 3 years,
nothing's going to happen there. I don't believe it.
So do we have equal justice in this country?
And it's very unfair. It's a very unfair situation. You mentioned the word prosecute. I don't think prosecute. I don't think this is prosecutable. Under the Presidential Records Act, there's no retribution or prosecution. You're supposed to negotiate. We're talking about documents. We're talking about documents that actually are being watched over to a certain extent, and I would say to a large extent by the Secret Service, if you think about it. But I can't imagine the word, you mentioned the word prosecution. I don't hear the word prosecution.
No, I'm saying they didn't prosecute them.
No, but I don't see how they could prosecute me. How do you prosecute somebody?
But they didn't raid their homes.
No, they certainly didn't raid their homes. They certainly didn't raid their homes. And when Hillary broke up all our phones with the hammers and they did the bleach, all the things that happened were incredible. Well, you could also say 33 million documents or pages with President Obama. That's very questionable. 33 million, not 33,000. Happens to be a similar number, 33 million. They're fighting over them or arguing over them. The problem that you have is they go into rooms, they won't let anybody near them. They wouldn't even let them in the same building. Did they drop anything into those files? Or did they do it later? There's no chain of custody here with them.
Wouldn't that be on videotape potentially?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they're in a room.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, because I think this is the next logical question, because the president of the United States, you, unlike, say, Hillary Clinton in her case, a president has the power to declassify.
Correct.
Okay, you have said on Truth Social a number of times, you did declassify.
I did declassify.
Okay. Is there a process? What was your process to declassify?
There doesn't have to be a process, as I understand it. And, there's different people say different things, but as I understand, there doesn't have to be. If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it, because you're sending it to Mar-a-Lago or to wherever you're sending it. And there doesn't have to be a process. There can be a process, but there doesn't have to be. You're the president. You make that decision. So when you send it, it's declassified. I declassified everything. Now, I declassified things, and we were having a lot of problems with NARA. NARA is a radical left group of people running that thing. And when you send documents over there, I would say there's a very good chance that a lot of those documents will never be seen again. There's also a lot of speculation because of what they did, the severity of the FBI coming and raiding Mar-a-Lago. Were they looking for the Hillary Clinton emails that were deleted, but they are around someplace? Were they looking for the spying on Trump's? No, they may be saying, they may have thought that it was in there.
Okay.
And a lot of people said the only thing that would give the kind of severity that they showed by actually coming in and raiding with many, many people is the Hillary Clinton deal, the Russia stuff, or there are a number of things. The spying on Trump's campaign. So they spied on my campaign. So why did they come in and do that, especially since we were having such great conversations, John.
All right, so let me go. You mentioned Russia a number of times. Let's talk about that. Andrew McCabe, deputy FBI director, famously said, without Hillary's bought and paid for dossier. Now remember, she used her money and DNC money. She funneled it to a law firm. Law firm hires Fusion GPS, an op research firm. It was in 2016. They then hired Christopher Steele, former MI6. Christopher Steele's main source is a guy by the name of Dan Schenko. He's now on trial for lying to the FBI. We know, and we've been able to confirm and reported, widely believed. First of all, the media, you all got it wrong on the Russia issue. My show got it right.
Pulitzer Prizes should be returned.
I'll take it.
They are 100% wrong. They got it wrong.
They got it wrong. And this is important, but this dragged this country through hell for 3 years. And I am people with an ensemble cast. I think you were watching some of the coverage. So my next question is, if in fact they couldn't get the FISA warrant, according to Andrew McCabe, without Hillary's dossier, they ruined Carter Page's life. And then because of his connection to you, that was a backdoor to your campaign, your transition team, and your presidency. Here's my question. Dan Schenko was the source for Christopher Steele. He told the FBI in January of 2017 that in fact it was all total BS, bar talk, not true, none of it. And a few months later, he's on the FBI's payroll. Yep. And yet they used his words as the source to spy on you as a president and candidate.
He was on the payroll, and another very high up in the FBI was working with the Mueller campaign. Think of this, with the Mueller witch hunt, another one of the witch hunts. At least, I tell you what, we've shown the people of this country there is such corruption, whether it be elections, whether it be open borders, whether it be the kind of things we're talking about right now. The corruption is unbelievable. They have a high man in the FBI, and I think they just perk walked him out the building a couple of weeks ago, right, when they found it, that they were paying. He was in charge of, think of this, he was in charge of, for Mueller, for the Mueller group of 18 radical left Democrat haters who said no collusion. There was no collusion after 2 years. But he was in charge. He worked for the FBI. They walked him out of the building. They walked him out. They got rid of him. But how is that fair to me? So when somebody says, like, you're not very trusting of the FBI, there have to be changes made, John, because our country is sick. Our country has so many problems right now. Our country is sick. We really have a country that's going downhill, and it's going downhill. You know, I say when I give rallies, I'll say we have a failing country, but I say we have a country in decline.
I watched your rally in Ohio, also one in Pennsylvania, and I want to ask you about that. This is the last question on this topic, and that was in court yesterday. It was about the issue of whether or not you can declassify. First of all, I don't know why did you approve a special master that signed one of the FISA warrants? That was surprising.
Well, the lawyers had a lot of, I didn't know any of the people involved. But, you know, if you look at it, he was stung badly by that because the FBI lied to him and the people in the Justice Department lied to him. Right. So if you think about it, yes, he approved it and he got stung very, very badly by that. So, you know, we'll see.
Your lawyers argued yesterday that they need to see the documents to be able to answer whether they were declassified or not. And the special master is saying, well, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Who's right?
Well, I think the lawyers, are saying something, but I declassified the documents when they left the White House. In other words, when they left the White House, they were declassified.
And when we come back, Donald Trump will weigh in on Biden's disastrous policies. He'll tell us all about it straight ahead.
Fox Nation exclusives. First, Brett Baer's new look at modern socialism.
Socialism seems dead and buried, but now it's back.
Get the truth behind the ideologies and how they continue to impact our society.
The most ferocious debates center on issues of identity, gender, and race. We want to dismantle the organizing principle of society.
What they're really after is power. I don't think in the long run they will win because it's essentially an anti-human, anti-American agenda.
Brett Baer hosts The Unauthorized History of Socialism, Volume 2, streaming now.
While Larry Kudlow leads the life summit as socialist ideas grip the nation, what the real cost is to our economy, our freedoms, and our democracy. Greatest economic minds will join me to discuss how we can get America back to the principles once made us so prosperous and free. Stream the Life Summit Encore and the Unauthorized History of Socialism Volume 2 now, exclusively on Fox Nation.
New Salon Pass Lidocaine Flex, a super thin, flexible patch with maximum OTC strength lidocaine that contours to the body to relieve pain right where it hurts. And did we mention it really, really sticks? Salon Pass, it's good medicine.
Hi, I'm attorney Don McCarty, proud veteran who's been helping Marines and their families for decades. I'm sure you've been overwhelmed lately by all the advertising regarding Camp Lejeune. Everywhere you turn, someone's offered to help file a claim. But don't be confused by that advertising. If you have a claim, you need real help. You have real questions. Call me and get the answers. Call 800-800-2088. That's 800-800-2088. Call right now.
I feel stronger. I just feel healthy.
My blood pressure is healthy.
And I find I have more energy through the day.
Why are so many people giving 5-star reviews to our Super Beets heart juice? Because Super Beets are nature's heart-healthy secret. They're a really simple thing you can do to help promote more energy and support healthy blood pressure.
Super Beets heart juice give you the antioxidants you need to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than a healthy lifestyle alone. That's why Super Beets is the top-selling superfood brand at GNC. Find out how you can get a free 30 days of heart chews plus free shipping with your first order by calling or going to foxchews.com. But that's not all. Use discount code FOXVIP and get an extra 20% off.
This Super Beets offer isn't available in stores. And listen, you have nothing to lose because it's guaranteed. So do something good for your blood pressure and your energy.
Don't miss out on this exclusive Fox News offer. Act now.
Hi, I'm Karen. I lost 58 pounds on Golo, and I've kept it off for over a year. It was so easy that the weight just kept coming off. That's when I knew that this is real. Golo works. I still can't believe that I look like this.
Hey fellas, we've got to talk. It's about your food. It has spray-on flavor and powdered meat. It's time for fresh food that belongs in the fridge next to our food. Now, who's hungry? Fresh Pet.
It's cheating. It's not even fair.
It's like the hitters know where I'm gonna throw every time.
I hate winning reality.
I love it.
I'm ready for reality.
We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure, anything.
We searched you online and maybe you can explain this?
Can you believe that garbage is still coming in? That is so false.
Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who improve their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Our trouble or kids, no concerns with myocarditis. Condition become widespread and what warning signs? And Marty McCary has vital insight tomorrow on Tucker.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we created our smart seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Are prostate concerns keeping you awake? Force Factor Prostate helps reduce nighttime bathroom trips and promote a normal prostate size. I feel like myself again. Rush to Walmart for Force Factor Prostate from the #1 fastest growing men's health brand in America.
Guys, do you want to be the ultimate man? Alpha-Key Report Factor unleashes an epic surge in total testosterone. You build muscle, increase strength, and leave her breathless. Rush to Walmart for Alpha-Key from Force Factor, the #1 fastest growing men's health brand in America.
Welcome back to Hannity, reporting tonight from Palm Beach and Mar-a-Lago. So I asked President Trump to weigh in on Biden's policy failures. Let's take a look. When he left the presidency, gas was $2.20 a gallon.
Well, actually, you have to go back to the date of the election. So go back to November 3rd. Don't go back to January 4th. It was less than $2, but during that period, it was $1.87, and during that period, it was also $1.50. We had gasoline. I mean, it was incredible what was happening.
So borders were secure, gas was cheap, energy was cheap. You leave office, the consumer price index, the inflation measure, is what, 1.4%. Now we're 7 months in a row at 8.4%.
Going to be much higher as soon as the election's over. They're artificially. I filled up the strategic reserves when oil was cheap. I bought 75 million barrels at a very, very cheap price. Filled it all up right to the top. First time it happened in 50 years where it was filled to the top. And they've taken that and they're giving it to people. It's supposed to be meant for war and for the military. Right. They're giving to people to keep the oil prices down before an election. That's where it's being used. When the election is over, gasoline will go through the roof. All right. And so will your heating bills. So will your electric bills.
So think about it. I mean, what puzzles me, and maybe you can answer it, I can't figure it out for myself, but okay, we have more energy resources, hundreds and hundreds of years of natural gas and oil and coal in this country. You got us to energy independence. That was the first time in 75 years. You left office, we were a net exporter of energy. Right. I would argue, especially in light of Putin cutting off Western Europe, that we should use the word dominant. We should be energy dominant and providing Western Europe with their energy needs.
We were soon going to be dominant. We would have been the most dominant in the world. We would have been supplying all of Europe. We would have been supplying China. We would have been supplying we had 500 years right under our feet.
Yeah. Okay. So Western Europe makes a mistake that I think we're about to make. And that is they gave into the climate alarmist religious cult, I call it. Right. And they became dependent on Vladimir Putin. Hostile actor, hostile regime, you knew him well. And as a result, Germany, it was announced yesterday, and Italy, so dependent, 174% increase in their heating bills anticipated this year.
Which I said would happen.
30% of people's yearly income will go to heat people's homes. There are real reports and fear that people will die and freeze to death in Europe this winter, because Putin has cut them off. It's true. So we have all these resources. To explain this to me, why is it okay to get oil from Iran? Biden's trying to make a deal. By the way, last year when nobody was looking, he imported 1 million barrels, 674 million from Russia last year. He's been begging OPEC to increase production. They reject him every time. The Saudis have rejected him. He sent an emissary to Venezuela. Why would we ever make those countries wealthy and rely on them for the lifeblood of our economy, especially in light of what we've seen in Western Europe, because their dependency problem is now destroying their economies?
So listen to, it's not, to me, it's not complex. We are making Putin rich as he does his war thing. He's making money over and above because it's so expensive, barrels of oil right now. If we ever reduced oil, he's going to have to stop. You don't even have to negotiate. The deal would have never happened. That horrible war where hundreds of thousands of people probably are dead already. But it would never happen.
If you were president, you told me that.
I know it wouldn't have happened.
Tell me why.
I used to talk to him about it because he knew that I was going to take tremendous retribution, or he felt that way, whether it's 10% or 5%.
Did you tell him in no uncertain terms you would?
I'd rather not say, but the answer is yes.
Now, part 2 of my interview with President Trump, that will air tomorrow, right here on the Fox News channel. I'll tell you what else we covered. That's straight ahead.
New Astapro allergy. No allergies breaks faster. With the speed of Astapro,
Almost nothing for food in there. Astropro starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. An Astropro is the first and only 24-hour steroid-free allergy spray. Now without a prescription. Astropro and go.
Becoming a morning person starts the night before with new Arriva Relax and Sleep. It has L-theanine to help you relax from daily stress. Plus, Shogu Ashwagandha for quality sleep. So I can wake up refreshed. Arriva, think bigger.
We were told super young that you have to be tough, you have to be macho in a male perspective. You feel like, you're not able to open up and, be vulnerable with your feelings, you know what I mean?
You have this idea of this machismo, right? Like that you have to always be the toughest, the strongest.
For me as a man, it's about opening up, not feeling too macho to tell someone how you're feeling when you're feeling down. Opening up your heart and sharing with other people the way that you're feeling.
I have a twin sister who, when I'm sad, I call her and talk to her. We normally have the same feelings.
FaceTime my grandchildren. That always seems to kind of give me a boost, even when you're having your darkest moments.
Kicking the stigma means talking about it.
It's something that a lot of people go through. It's normal.
Nothing's wrong with you. And in fact, come join us because we all feel this way.
It's okay to feel not okay.
Kicking the stigma.
You be the judge. Nutrisystem has answered the bell with menu items that are new for 2022. Our most satisfying weight loss plan ever, including new premium meals that are big and filling with up to 30 grams of protein.
I jumped right in and lost 127 pounds.
The new skillet meals are amazing.
And the extra protein gives you a ton of energy.
And we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home. Quickly portion with half the calories.
I can eat a burrito. I get to satisfy my cravings.
The secret is science-based on the latest discoveries. A high-protein, low-glycemic approach to help keep your blood sugar levels steady as you lose weight. Just like always, you get your meals and snacks delivered free with a money-back guarantee. Act now and save big with 50% off all plans.
I lost 40 pounds, 67 pounds.
55 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Go online or call 888-916-SIZE to get 50% off all plans.
Hi, I'm attorney Don McCarty, proud veteran who's been helping Marines and their families for decades. I'm sure you've been overwhelmed lately by all the advertising regarding Camp Lejeune. Everywhere you turn, someone's offered to help file a claim. But don't be confused by that advertising. If you have a claim, you need real help. You have real questions. Call me and get the answers.
Call 800-800-2088. That's 800-800-2088. Call right now.
Men over 45, do you have a frequent urgent need to urinate day and night? I have good news. Presenting the UroLift system, an outpatient treatment that simply reopens the channel to increase flow with no cutting. Yes.
Most side effects are mild to moderate. Serious bleeding and infection events are rare. Visit urolift.com.
Ask your urologist about UroLift or call 800-752-1100 today.
You know when you start up a motorcycle and you hear it go, boom, when it takes off. I was losing that. I was losing my energy. I started using Balance of Nature about 1.5 years ago. Noticed the results immediately, and I went, oh my gosh, this works. This is what I've been missing all my life. I missed my Lava Blue. I got it back. Start your journey by going to balanceofnature.com and use discount code KLG. We believe in best friends and new friends. At Del Webb, we believe in growth, movement, and the awesome power of the get-together. We believe in beautifully designed homes with innovative floor plans and living exactly how you want to live, surrounded by people who make life better. Del Webb, we believe you'll like it here.
When hope is hard to find, a new collection of real-life stories from Fox News' Harris Faulkner reveals how salvation came when it was needed most. Faith found us. Miraculous stories of the human power of prayer. Go to FoxNewsBooks.com to pre-order now. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
That's all the time we have left this evening. As always, thank you for being with us. We're going to have my exclusive interview, the rest of it with President Trump, the 45th president. That's all coming up tomorrow. We talk about the upcoming midterm elections, Biden's failing economy, and what motivates him to want to get back in the game potentially. So I hope you'll join us tomorrow night. Please set your DVR. Never miss an episode of Hannity. Thank you for making this show possible. In the meantime, let not your heart be troubled. Laura Ingram and the Ingram Mango is next. See you tomorrow.
I'm Laura Ingram. This is Ingram Angle with a very big show tonight, so let's get right to it. The day the happy talk died. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, for all these months, the Biden team, they basically waved off concerns about the economy, claiming that things would kind of even out, that this was kind of a transition to more sustainable growth.
We have a very strong economy. I know people are very upset, and rightly so, about inflation, but there's nothing to suggest that inflation, if a recession's in the works. I believe there is a path through this that entails a soft landing, with the economy essentially stabilizing.
Well, how's that soft landing feeling to you guys out there tonight? Now, how does that woman still have a job when so many Americans are now at a risk of losing their jobs? Well, we know why.
She became the first woman in the 232-year history of the U.S. Department of Treasury to hold that position.
Oh, come on. Being a first was always more important to Biden than someone actually being the best. And now we're all suffering for all the incompetence. Now, the Dow is 746 points lower than it was on Inauguration Day for Biden. So that means all the gains that we made under Trump were totally wiped out. And that's before you account for inflation. And by the way, things are about to get uglier. Walmart announced that it would only hire 40,000 retail staff for the holiday shopping period. Well, 40,000 sounds a lot, but until you realize that last year Walmart hired 150,000 holiday workers. Well, Biden, with his team of incompetence, starring in the Grinches Who Stole Christmas, it looks like it, but the updated take on the old classic, instead of a growing heart, Biden just has a shrinking brain.
Russia shunned the non-proliferation ideals embraced by every other nation.
The fact is, there is no Biden brain trust. It's only brain rust. They somehow convinced themselves, I guess, that they could trust the Fed to fix everything that was going on in the economy, no matter how much they spent. That no matter how much money they borrowed, printed, and wasted, there would just never be any consequences for Americans. But Larry Summers, of course, the old Obama Treasury Secretary, he saw this train wreck coming back in the spring of 2021. Now, let's be clear, the former Treasury Secretary wasn't trying to undercut the Biden team. He was trying to save them. He's a loyal Democrat. But the left, the regime media, the dolts in the Biden administration, they didn't care. They just waved them off. They truly thought that they knew better, so they pursued reckless spending and grandiose plans to remake American capitalism. And now they're facing a November wipeout. And the American people are facing a long period of decline and despair tonight. Meanwhile, reality is coming for Biden's foreign policy as well. Now, here again, we've been fed months of happy talk. Remember when we were told that sanctions on Russian oil were going to rob Putin of all the funds he needed to wage this war?
We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater.
Of course, the opposite is true. Foolish energy policies in the West cause energy prices to spike, spending more money and sending more money, of course, into Putin's coffers. Now, Russia is getting a big assist at the same time from President Xi and John Kerry's friends at the CCP. While India is also keeping the Russian energy markets humming, meanwhile, Russia simply turns around and uses its Nord Stream pipeline as a leverage point.
The French are suggesting that there should be a turn down in heating so that they're capping the amount of heating that the energy is being used over the next few weeks.
Other plans in France include delaying heat for public buildings this winter.
And now Europe is facing its own recession. And that's going to drag down the global economy into a very cold winter. And as for the actual progress of the war itself, the entire thing kind of is starting to remind me of Iraq. Lots of happy talk, no reality checks.
Ukraine is taking back territory from Russia. Is this a sign that the war is shifting?
Do you think this is indeed a turning point in the war for Ukraine? I mean, if this isn't, what would be?
Jose, it's a very good sign. I'm normally fairly guarded and cautious about this, but the tide clearly has turned.
Now, over and over, we're told the same message that we heard about Afghanistan. With just a little bit more money from the United States, in this case, Vladimir Putin will crack.
We're going to stay with them as long as they need our help.
You're already north of $15 billion in terms of those commitments. How far do you go?
As long as it takes.
Ironclad commitment.
Yes.
As long as it takes. That could be many years because Putin just announced he's calling up 300,000 reservists to send to Ukraine. 300,000? Did our crack military leadership of Austin and Milley anticipate any of this? Even Tom Friedman, the elite's favorite global thinker, he's sounding the alarm, saying, how does this war end with a stable result? We still don't know. The EU is divided on how to deal with the war, especially where the populist backlashes emerge when people get totally stressed this winter. Some European leaders will begin to ask, is there a way out through negotiations? Well, it's a little bit late, don't you think, for the establishment to now tell us that the whole Ukraine saga may not have a happy ending? Remember, the Angle was warning you in March about the risks of a Biden proxy war. Because history shows that the longer a war lasts, the more costly it is. U.S. policymakers have to be very careful to make sure we do not end up in a worse position when this is all over. But the American people must be told that the risks of escalating things with Russia are not negligible. It may, in fact, draw us even closer to a direct confrontation with Russia, which, as we all know, is a nuclear power. And today, we inch closer to the nuclear cliff.
And those who try to blackmail us with nuclear weapons should know that the prevailing winds can also blow in their direction. If the territorial integrity of our country is threatened, we will without doubt use all available means to protect Russia and our people. This is not a bluff.
Now, amazingly, Secretary Austin and General Mark Milley, the same two who oversaw the debacle of our withdrawal from Afghanistan, are still in Biden's cabinet. But incompetence gets people killed here. And the Pentagon is still putting American lives at risk. This time, not just dozens outside of an airport, but perhaps millions here at home. Now, we all want the best for the Ukrainian people. They've suffered greatly. It's a terrible tragedy. But you can't run U.S. foreign policy on emotion alone. And by the way, one poll more than any other, looking toward the midterms, may be the bellwether for the prospects of the Democrats. 64% of the country now say that we're headed in the wrong direction. And this is a good time to remember what Biden promised on the campaign trail.
I said I'm running for three reasons. One, to restore the soul of America, the decency and honor of this country. Two, to rebuild the backbone of the country. The backbone of the country are the working women and men, the middle class. Third reason I ran was to unify the country, to unify it.
Well, the country's getting unified, all right, really united. We're getting united behind the idea that Biden and the Democrats are dragging us down a rat hole. No amount of happy talk by them, by their press pals, are going to change those facts. Now, the voters may not agree with Republicans on everything, we know that, but they hate what the Democrats are doing to America. And that's the angle. Joining me now, delighted he's with us, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, distinguished fellow at the Hudson Institute, Fox News contributor. Mr. Secretary, I think more than anything else here that is disturbing is this lack of accountability which really offends me most given what's at stake.
It's pretty remarkable, Laura. You hear President Biden talk about we're back, that America's back. It does feel like 1976, 1979. Right? People are now being told to turn down the thermostat. We're being told that we're not going to have enough energy. We're not being told that to solve the economic problems, we're going to have to lay off hundreds of thousands of Americans, get unemployment up to 5 or 6% to solve this problem. Every family in America can feel that. And when it comes to our national security, we lost the bubble. We lost the deterrence that we had for 4 years. We're the bad guys. Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, the Taliban, they understood that they couldn't do what they've done to America these last 18 months. And I think every American, your point about unity, I think every American, not Republicans, not Democrats, every American can feel that they are less secure, less safe, that their borders are under threat, that crime is higher. Those are things that come just 4 weeks from now when people start voting in the midterms. I think the American people are going to reject exactly what it is President Biden has given them.
Here was Biden today, Secretary Pompeo, touting one of his really big priorities at the UN. Watch.
My administration is working with our Congress to deliver more than $11 billion a year to international climate finance, to help lower-income countries implement their climate goals and ensure a just energy transition.
Now, Mr. Secretary, we are wasting more money on projects that do nothing to keep this country safe. Nothing.
Everyone remembers Solyndra. It seems like it's been just repeating itself from the Obama years or the Carter years, where we take taxpayer money and give it to some slush fund leftist to do something that will have no value for the American people. We can see it. We have trapped American energy in the ground. This was a deeply political decision. President today kind of said the quiet part out loud in his speech. He talked about the Inflation Reduction Act, but said, no, this is the biggest climate project in American history. This is bad for the American people. It's dangerous for our security. I am confident that there's not a family in America who thinks that was a good idea or will serve their own family well.
The Citibank CEO appeared at a congressional hearing today, and she was answering a question about decoupling from China, which is something you and I have talked about a lot. Watch what she says there.
When we look at the clients that we serve, many of them are multinational clients in China, and we see that there is a high degree of interdependence. We've got to take a strategic view in America as to where it is that we need more strategic independence and to build that in a thoughtful manner, but also in a way that doesn't cause crises, economic crises.
Okay, so Jane Fraser there, Mr. Secretary, she doesn't want to pull back from China because they have a lot of Chinese clients. I just did the quick summation of what she said.
That's a pretty good summary, Laura, one that you and I have heard from big finance here in the United States for an awfully long time. I will tell you, it also sounds an awful lot what I heard from Chinese leadership saying, oh, we're so connected, it'll be really bad for you. This is precisely the wrong-headed thinking that for 40 years didn't recognize that the Chinese Communist Party has declared economic war on America. They built their economy on the back of America, and we allowed them to do it. I hope our senior financial leaders will begin to truly understand that they are American companies with American interests and do the things that will defend American freedom and put real pressure on the Chinese Communist Party to begin to behave.
Yeah, no. They said today, we don't, which is true. They said we don't make policy, but we consult with the U.S. government. I think it was Jamie Dimon who might have said that today. But they're making it clear, like you can't decouple because that would cause tumult. What I'd say to Jamie Dimon is, you wanted Biden, and now you got Biden. How does it feel? Feel good, Jamie?
Yeah. And don't forget, Laura, when Congress attempted to put some pressure on China about their human rights violations, the Uyghur Act, the banks lobbied against it. They went to Capitol Hill and said, this is a bad idea to protect human rights. Yeah. To say they don't shape policy, make policy, and impact America is just silly.
Disgusting. Mr. Secretary, great to see you tonight. Thank you. Now, another pillar in the left's dream world is this idea that the walls are closing in on former President Trump. And today, the corrupt New York Attorney General Letitia James filed a lawsuit against former President Trump. Now, several of his family members, as well as associates and businesses, were also named in the action. And the allegation was that there were numerous acts of fraud and misrepresentation in financial statements. Now, there are many reasons why this charade is an obvious act of political retribution. First, the timing. James is a political hack, and dropping this just 48 days before the midterms just reeks. Further, she herself is locked in a closer race than she'd like in deep blue New York. She included the Trump kids, which even Bill Barr, no fan of Trump these days, called a gross overstep. And finally, she campaigned on this.
Running for Attorney General because I will never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president when our fundamental rights are at stake. It's important that everyone understand that the days of Donald Trump are coming to an end.
What an odious individual. Joining me now is Michael Henry. He's the Republican challenging the New York Attorney General. And obviously the race is coming up in November. Michael, should Trump's lawyers move to disqualify James, given her previous statements about targeting Trump?
Right, like, I don't want to make any comment, conclusion on an investigation I might inherit when I take office, but I would say what's most troubling about Letitia James is in 2018, she literally ran for office saying she was going to find crimes to charge the former president with. And additionally, she went so far as to declare his guilt before she was sworn into office. So I do think she has an issue here. And I think the timing of this correlates with some polling numbers that I think shocked her.
Well, right now, New York is lagging behind states of generally the same population. When you look at economic growth in Florida, new businesses, new people moving into the state, Florida's just killing New York across the board, killing them by beating them. And yet, this is what the state is focusing on. We have a rampant violent crime problem in the state, and the corrupt state legislature, frankly, throw that into the mix.
Yeah, we have a cost of living crisis, we have a crime crisis, we have a corruption crisis. I mean, we're in a situation where everyday New Yorkers right now understand that Letitia James does not care about crime. She recently said she needs more credible data before she'd revisit the cashier's bail law, and more credible data means more victims. She turns a blind eye to the broad daylight corruption going on right now with Kathy Hochul, where the taxpayers are apparently subsidizing her reelection campaign. There's a cost of living crisis. Much of this has to do with the inefficiencies of the Attorney General's office and many industries she oversees. And this is why she's suffering in the polls, because everyday New Yorkers understand this, and this transcends party affiliation, which is why I have the best polling numbers right now of any statewide Republican in over 20 years.
Well, I'm telling you, New York can't want this. I mean, I don't care what you think about Trump, but New York State is not a functioning state right now. It's not functioning. And you're beating Letitia James in the new Trafalgar poll I just saw. You know, it's very close, only a 1.2 percentage points, but still, 0.8. My math isn't very good tonight. But that's pretty cool. We hope it keeps up.
Yeah, look, we knew this was a winnable race when we got into this race. We've seen a pathway to victory. It transcends party affiliation. Republicans, Democrats, like independents are all tired of Letitia James. They understand that she's a completely ineffective and the most political attorney general in the country. And they could go to my website to find out more, michaelhenry4ag.com.
All right, Michael, thank you so much, and good luck to you. New York, you got to make a change. They're back. Well, the Clinton Global Initiative has resurrected its annual conference in order to promote their latest grift. What is it? We're going to tell you next. Plus, a liberal nutcase admits to running down a conservative teen in his car and killing him. So where are the cries of condemnation from Biden and his pals? That story next.
What the world needs now is more education. We need to come back to feeling our best again. That we invite people. From Jamaica, that is mindless. Come back and let's eat again. It's alive.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
It's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
Grandpa used to play.
When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, I just feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Caption service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-916-7705. That's 1-800-916-7705.
Did you serve, live with your family, or work at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina between 1953 and 1987?
Contaminated water at the base during that time has been linked to these serious health problems. If you were exposed and hurt, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to recover a settlement.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call 1-800-483-1200. That's 1-800-483-1200. Can the key to a healthier diet fit into just 6 capsules? Yes. We start by sourcing the best vine-ripened fruits and vegetables. They are then put through an advanced vacuum cold process, maximizing the nutritional value while preserving the color, smell, and taste of the fruit or vegetable. These are then mixed into our proprietary blends and then encapsulated, then bottled and shipped right to our customers. Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and don't forget to use discount code Fox News.
Hi, this is Mike Huckabee. Isn't it amazing how so much that President Trump said still rings true? The schools and the media don't want our kids to hear anything positive. And that's why my team created the Kids Guide to President Trump. It will teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And I want you to have it for free.
To order your free Kids Guide to President Trump gift bundle, just visit freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
Heart trouble for kids? New concerns about myocarditis. Condition become widespread. And what are the warning signs? Dr. Marty McCary has vital insight. Tomorrow on Tucker.
Okay, let's go. Top row.
EYECARE.
Good. Next row.
AM America? iCareAmerica.org?
Yes. I Care America helps seniors who haven't had a medical eye exam in 3 or more years. They also help those with an increased risk for glaucoma, and the appointment is often free or at no out-of-pocket cost. It's easy to see if you qualify. Go to EYECareAmerica.org.
Introducing Analon X, the only nonstick engineered for flavor with the exclusive SearTech technology, a unique base and a stainless steel mesh that ordinary nonstick pans don't have. Engineered to keep oil in the middle of the pan, directly under food, caramelizing and searing better to create the flavors that stop conversations. Shop now and get free shipping at analonx.com.
Guys, your masculinity is too important to trust to weak, outdated formulas. X 180 Report Factor is powerful, helping you boost total testosterone, build muscle, increase energy, and improve performance. Rush to Walmart for X 180 Report Factor.
Are aches and pains slowing you down? Try Better Turmeric from Force Factor. With a patented ingredient that has the highest absorption available, Better Turmeric is the better way to fight inflammation. Get back to doing what's important. Rush to Walmart for Better Turmeric from Force Factor.
Bill and Hill are back with the return of their annual Clinton Global Initiative soiree. Tara Palmieri over at POC noted that the initiative's muted return is evidence that its first family is doing some brand burnishing. Brand burnishing? Maybe their pocketbooks, maybe that's what they're burnishing. It just so happens to be something that we've warned you about now for over a year. I'm talking about ESG investing, that arbitrary rating system that globalists are using to pressure companies to conform their progressive energy practices and other diversity practices. Now, this discussion would not be complete without BlackRock CEO and China stooge Larry Fink getting a tongue bath from Slick Willie.
I want to thank you for urging people to consider the social impact of their investments and try not just to go for a quick rate of return if it's damaging to society, but instead to try to build a future we can all share. I want to say one thing about Larry that I really admire, quite apart from the fact that he's not a climate change denier.
I'm the target of all those.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing about the tongue bath. All right. Of course, Fink was happy, though, to use this opportunity to push his new talking point.
Tectonic shift is happening. We're seeing that in evidence by where crops are being produced and where they're not being produced. So we are seeing big shifts because of heat and drought. We're seeing crops moving, and so we're seeing evidence every day that climate risk is investment risk.
And there's the grift. Investment risk is code for Fink and the Clinton Global Initiative to cash in. So where did all this money come from? Well, watch this response from one of the UN's ESG czars.
Who's going to come up with all the money?
First, recognize it's a crisis. And, just how we found is at 14 or 17 trillion for COVID, the money must be there somewhere.
Oh, that's a very sophisticated analysis from her, isn't it? Gee. Now, this isn't about sustainability of the planet. This is about the sustainability of their own bank accounts. Because while they get rich off this scheme, you're going to continue to get poorer. Joining us now is one of the leading voices warning us about this woke capital, David Sokol, chairman and CEO of Teton Capital and author of America in Perspective, Defending the American Dream for the Next Generation. Terrific book, by the way. David, now it shouldn't be lost to anyone that this whole ESG push is happening as the global economy is already sinking. And when you heard Clinton there, he kind of gave up the ghost, didn't he? Because he said, even if the return to investors isn't, the greatest, we're not going to hurt the planet. So kind of admitting that they're not living up to their fiduciary responsibility to the investors, correct? The shareholders.
Absolutely. In fact, there was an article today in the Wall Street Journal where CalPERS points out that for years, as they followed these ESG initiatives, if you will, they've underperformed all of the other major pension funds in the country. They didn't tell their pensioners that they were investing their money this way, and that perhaps it would be a bad idea. This whole thing, Laura, is part of the breakdown of the institutions that make this country great. This wokeism, virtue signaling, ESG. I mean, trying to put people on a board of directors just for diversity purposes rather than for qualification purposes. I was a chairman and CEO back in Berkshire of NetJets. Would any passengers of NetJets want us to select pilots not based upon their cockpit qualifications, but their sexual orientation or their gender or their race or their religion? Of course not. And yet that's what we're hoisting upon America. And what's worse about it is the ESG standard, there are no standards. So, and I wrote a letter to Larry Fink 2 years ago, just saying that this is absurd. You're marketing a product for your business by pretending that you're doing something good. If you look at the initiatives that President Biden talked about today, it was supposed to be an Inflation Reduction Act, but all he talked about was $300 billion going to electric car chargers and things of that nature. But think about, there's no plan to deal with if in fact the existential threat of our country and our world is CO2, there's not a single plan, but they're going to spend $300 billion building charging stations, and the US government hasn't even decided on a single charging method. Tesla has a different one than General Motors has.
Oh, no.
It's insane.
And David, I want to play this exchange. This is between Rashida Tlaib, squad member, and Jamie Dimon, who's the CEO of JP Morgan on Capitol Hill today. Watch.
Please answer with a simple yes or no. Does your bank have a policy against funding new oil and gas products? Mr. Dimon.
Absolutely not. And that would be the road to hell for America.
Well, that's a good line, but JP Morgan is a member of that UN-backed net zero banking alliance, right? So if he thinks that this is nuts, why not withdraw from that?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the reality is, if the country wants to come together to consensus, which, by the way, is an important word that we use in the book a lot, which is what our founding fathers formed our foundation around, which was consensus. It takes 3/4 of the states to amend the Constitution. It takes 2/3 of the Senate to remove someone for impeachment. If we actually had a consensus around climate change and a plan to deal with it, you would naturally have to have a slope to decrease using fossil fuels over 30 or 40 years while you increase other forms of energy, et cetera. We don't have any of that. And the last time I checked, it's completely legal to utilize natural gas in your home heating, to make electricity or petroleum products in your car. And yet our Congress wants to bludgeon banks not to loan money to people, which, by the way, he made a correct point. The worst thing you could do for our economy is to take away petroleum products. It's the lifeblood of the American and the global economy.
Now, David, your book is so important. You have actual real world experience meeting payrolls, hiring employees. A lot of these people in politics have never made a payroll. And I'm so glad you wrote this book, and I hope you come back soon. Great to see you.
Well, thank you very much.
MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards. They promote authoritarian leaders and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights.
You would think that with the way Biden talks, right-wing violence is pervasive. Over the last few weeks, it's attacks from the left that are intensifying. Now, in North Dakota over the weekend, Shannon Brandt was arrested after admitting to mowing down an 18-year-old Taylor Ellison. In his confession, he claimed Ellison was part of a Republican extremist group. Now, worse, Brandt was released from jail yesterday after posting just $50,000 in bond. Here now is Congressman Jim Jordan, ranking member of House Judiciary. Congressman, this guy admits to murdering someone, and he's out already. And meanwhile, January 6th defendants are still being held without bail for things like parading through the Capitol.
Yeah.
What the heck is going on in this country?
No, I mean, think about this, Laura. You got this tragic event you just described in North Dakota. You got crime on the rise in every major urban area in the country. You got a county in Maryland that has a curfew because it's so bad. And what is Joe Biden doing? Raiding the home of a former president, taking the phone of a sitting member of Congress, and his Justice Department is juicing the numbers and cooking the books and labeling everything domestic violent extremism cases. So that's what's going on. This is political. And I don't think it's an accident that the term this terrible guy did use when he killed this young man was Republican extremism. The same term Joe Biden used when he stood there in front of Independence Hall in that crazy speech with his fist clenched, saying half the country was extremist. So that is a real concern. The good news is I think the country sees this all for what it is and is fed up with it and is going to vote on a couple key issues: crime, inflation, and freedom. I think that's what the country's focused on.
Well, and Biden always goes back to Charlottesville, right? Charlottesville, and it's the veins bulging, the tiki torches. I mean, he goes back to that. I think we played a montage like 15 times he's mentioned those things. But we got the summer of love, everything being ripped to shreds in American cities, individuals being threatened for having dinner outside, and now this, and it's crickets from Merrick Garland and Joe Biden. Nothing. Zero. Political targeting.
Yeah, well, right. And because they're so focused on going the other way, they're so focused on, as I said, cooking the books. We've had whistleblowers tell us that they're being forced and pressured to categorize cases as domestic violence extremism cases, and to the way they are reporting the January 6th as if they're happening all over the country when it was one event here in Washington, D.C. to juice these numbers. That's from an FBI agent coming to us under whistleblower protection, giving us that information. So it's all part of this narrative to demonize half the country. Your previous guest talked about consensus. I would love consensus around the things that make America great, that make America special. But when you've got a president who is focused on going after half the country, it is just really difficult to get consensus.
Well, the man who promised dignity and unity, that's a hell of a way of pursuing it. Congressman, thank you tonight. Now, the president loses his way at the UN, and Raymond Arroyo has a big announcement. Seen and unseen next.
Two Fox Nation exclusives. First, Brett Baer's new look at modern socialism. Socialism seems dead and buried, but now it's back. Get the truth behind the ideologies and how they continue to impact our society. Most ferocious debates center on issues of identity, gender, and race. They want to dismantle the organizing principle of society.
What they're really after is power. I don't think in the long run they will win because it's essentially an anti-human, anti-American agenda.
Brett Baer hosts The Unauthorized History of Socialism, Volume 2, streaming now. Plus, Larry Kudlow leads the live summit as socialist ideas grip the nation, what the real cost is to our economy, our freedoms, and our democracy.
Greatest economic minds will join me to discuss how we can get America back to the principles once made us so prosperous and free.
Stream the live summit encore and The Unauthorized History of Socialism, Volume 2, now, exclusively on Fox Nation.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ruby's A1C is down with Rubelsis. My A1C wasn't at goal. Now down with Rubelsis.
Mom's A1C is down with Rubelsis.
An incredible study. Once daily Rubelsis significantly A1C better than a leading branded pill. Rubelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rubelsis if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or been allergic to it. Stop Rubelsis and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rubelsis for the sulfonylurea or increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects are nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
Ask your healthcare provider about Rubelsis today.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and due to your incredible support, the original My Slippers are almost completely sold out. As a special thank you, I am launching my brand new all-season slippers, slides, and sandals for as low as $29.98. This is a limited time offer, so go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get all my new footwear for as low as $29.98. My all-season slippers are made with my exclusive 4-layer design that you won't find in any other slipper. They're finished with a breathable fabric so you can wear them all year round. And my new slides and sandals are made with patented impact gel, making them ultra comfortable and extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now to get your very own all-season slippers, slides, and sandals for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. This is an introductory offer and it won't last long, so order now.
At times like these, it's important to know that you're staying safe at home. Visiting Angels is committed to your safety and comfort. Our compassionate caregivers provide one-on-one essential home care services for our senior loved ones. At Visiting Angels, personal home care is our passion. We're here for you.
Gems, America's choice in home care.
Why spend all your money on just one part at the typical auto parts store? When at rockauto.com, you can get all the parts you need with money left over to buy lunch. Go to rockauto.com.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
One of my favorite supplements is quinol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Unlike regular turmeric supplements, quinol's superior absorption helps me get the full benefits of turmeric. The brand I trust is quinol.
Hi, I'm attorney Don McCarty, proud veteran who's been helping Marines and their families for decades. I'm sure you've been overwhelmed lately by all the advertising regarding Camp Lejeune. Everywhere you turn, someone's offered to help file a claim. But don't be confused by that advertising. If you have a claim, you need real help. If you have real questions, call me and get the answers.
Call 800-800-2088. That's 800-800-2088. Call right now.
Hi, I'm CC Sabathia. If Win Reality was around when I was pitching,
I would have hated it. But my son Carson's a hitter, and I don't pitch anymore. So I love when reality.
Yeah, the camera's over here. Be ready for real. We're in reality.
It's time for our Seen and Unseen segment where we explore the stories behind the headlines. For that, we turn to Fox News contributor Raymond Arroyo. All right, Raymond, you have a big announcement for us, but let's start with Biden at the UN. Must we? Must we, Raymond?
People only see the sound bites of the president at the UN, but here's part of his global pitch that was probably unseen by most of you.
According to those excavated those bodies, a roadmap eliminating global food insecurity to eliminating global food insecurity, urged the Venezuelan-led dialogue and return to free and fair elections. Thank you for your tolerance for listening to me.
Well, you'll have to extend your tolerance a bit more, Laura. And now, remember, the president is asking the world to follow him, to defend democracy. Follow him. And where is he headed?
Mr. President, thank you. At the end of such a momentous event, the word thank you seems kind of inadequate, but for all the millions whose lives will be saved, for the communities where life will be transformed, thank you. So thank you, President Biden, for your outstanding leadership.
Or forget funding Ukraine. The UN needs to buy him a CNI dog, okay? He doesn't know which is. He doesn't know where he's going.
But Raymond, you know all those tedious stickers at the grocery store telling us we could only go one way during COVID? All those liberal women would yell at you if you were in the wrong direction. They're like, "Oh, get out of the way, sweetheart. I'm getting a can of soup, okay?" They need to get all those stickers for Biden. He just needs those grocery store stickers and get it right off the stage.
I'm not sure it would help. He still asked, we still have been given $54 billion, Laura, to Ukraine. That's 3 times what the EU contributed. And he's asking for more money from us, not from the EU at the UN this week. Okay, I guess to anesthetize people to this wobbly leadership, inflation, crime, the White House has an answer. This Friday, they're hosting a concert on the South Lawn featuring Elton John. It's called A Night Where Hope and History Rhyme. The title comes from an Irish poem Biden is fond of repeating.
And hope and history rhyme. Hope and history rhyme. And hope and history rhyme. Hope and history rhyme. And that we can help make hope and history rhyme.
And where does all this hope and history lead, Laura? While the Bidens are bidding the yellow brick road goodbye at their concert with Elton, the people in Detroit, and all of us, will be bidding goodbye to a piece of the interstate in Detroit. The highway is racist, according to Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
There is racism physically built into some of our highways.
So this rolling national demolition, okay, is starting with I-375 to the tune of $104 million. It all comes out of that bipartisan $1 trillion infrastructure bill, Laura. So this is just the beginning of righting racial wrongs by taking down your interstate system.
So this is the environmental racism that Kamala and people have talked about. And I know it was last year that you went to the streets of New Orleans. You asked people whether they wanted this overpass in their community removed. Let's watch.
How would you take down the Claiborne Expressway? That's the only way people get back and forth from work. You know what I'm saying? Now you trying to say it could stop and start traffic. There ain't no traffic right there. There's how people get together, get to work. Some see each other. We from New Orleans.
Why would you tear it down? It's been there since 1968. Why would you tear it down? I don't know why they won't take our bridge down. Because they got all the people need a bridge for the go to work and for the go places.
You wouldn't support it.
I'm not support them to take that bridge down.
There are the people in the community. And they're all, by the way, African Americans. They didn't see anything racist about their only way onto the interstate and therefore connection to the larger community. It's pitiful. And it's coming to New York, California, and Arizona next.
Yeah, Pete Buttigieg is such a genius, though. All right, before you go, we have a big cover reveal of your new book series coming in March. How many books do you have?
Well,
it's called The Unexpected. Okay. Wait a minute, we're confusing you guys.
It's called The Unexpected Life of Thomas Alva Edison. It's part of my new Turnabout Tales series. It's coming from HarperCollins and Zonderkids, and the book focuses on the lives of great Americans, and in this case, Edison, how a crisis and a mother's love turned little Al into the world's greatest inventor. It's a pretty great series. So that's coming after the Christmas book, The Wise Men Who Found Christmas. So I got them coming. I got to keep them coming. I got college.
Oh my God. All right, Raymond. Congrats. All right. And Raymond, stay with us to the end of the show because we have a very special someone to sing happy birthday to. But up next, you would think that the recent wave of violent crime plaguing the country would spurn defund the police Democrats ahead of the midterms. But think again. Wait till we show you how the squad has the upper hand or lower hand on crime and old Joe.
You might take something for your heart, your joints, or your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you, your brain? With an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish, Prevagen has been shown in clinical trials to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
As someone with hearing loss, I know what a confusing and frustrating experience getting hearing aids can be. That's why I founded Lively. Affordable, high-quality hearing aids with all of the features you need and none of the hassle.
I use Lively hearing aids and it's been wonderful.
It's so light and so small.
But it's a fraction of the cost of the other devices.
They cost thousands less.
It's insanely user-friendly. You take a hearing test online, the doctor programs in the settings, you don't even need to go into.
No wonder you can't see. It's too dark in here.
You can stream music and you can answer phone calls.
The audiologist was so incredible.
Hi, baby. No wonder we couldn't see in here. Somebody's been sleeping. I bet who else to see ya. Hi, baby. Boy, Daddy's had such a fun night. Hi, baby. Ready to go out? I gotta run next door and check something real quick. Ow. This morning, I don't believe what I saw. Watch the Bangay show. Woke up this morning. I don't believe what I saw. I saw oh, and despair. You is my love of my life.
When it comes to public safety in this nation, the answer is not defund the police, it's fund the police. Fund the police. And give them, we expect them to do everything. We expect them to protect us.
Not so fast, Joey, because the squad just scored a huge anti-police win that Politico framed as a pre-election deal. So who did the Democrats send out to brief their caucus? Progressive radical Congresswomen Jayapal and Omar. The bill will include a number of reforms, they say, to ensure funds are used to support smaller police departments to invest in de-escalation and other important training, data collection, and mental health. Now, as for the moderate Democrat amendments, they all failed on the same day. Now, we saw these headlines. An elderly man attacked in New York, a toddler found dead in a stolen car in Houston, and an armed robber opening fire at a Los Angeles 7-Eleven. Joining me now, Brandon Tatum, former police officer and author of Beaten Black and Blue. Brandon, this is almost like it would be funny if it weren't so deadly serious. The bill is going to ensure, they say, smaller police forces. They sent them out to brief the public on it, and that was the briefing we got.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lord, these people are either evil, are they deranged, or they're a combination of both. There's no way in the world that you can preach for so many months saying that you want to defund the police and that police are systemically racist. And then now you're smiling in their face with a knife in their back saying that we want to support smaller agencies. We want to get them the training that they deserve. We want to work on de-escalation. This is all generated from a myth. They believe that policing is systemically racist. They believe that police officers are racist, racially biased towards Black people. They are taking these examples of legitimate police uses of force and they're framing them as if police officers are doing things that are inappropriate all across the country every single day. With that lie, they're now coming up with policy that I believe is only going to destroy policing in America just like they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking that they're so brazenly admitting what they're going to do here, blaming police, not the criminals, etc. Now, this is going to get worse, Brandon, because Democrat Mandela Barnes, who's running for Senate in Wisconsin against Ron Johnson, he's a leftist. He said this about police and crime back in 2020. Watch this.
Police don't prevent crimes from happening. We don't live in a surveillance state, nor would you want to. So this isn't the Minority Report. You know, you can't. It's not like cops are just showing up to stop something before it happens. They are to respond and to try to solve crime.
Brandon, I guess it isn't surprising then that not a single Wisconsin police officer supports this candidacy that we could find.
Laura, tell me you don't know nothing about police without telling me you don't know nothing about police. That guy has no idea. He's never done a ride-along. He's never done anything. The purpose of policing is to be proactive. It's called proactive policing. When you conduct that traffic stop because you're out working, you catch the criminal. You catch the person before they rob a bank. You catch the person the first time they beat up their girlfriend so they don't go and kill her the next time. So it's a thing called proactive policing. If you have enough police on the force, you're supporting them, you're backing them, the morale is high, they dominate in the industry of stopping people from committing crime. So these people know nothing of what they're talking about, but they're pushing legislation, which is a shame, and our country deserves better.
Oh, Brandon, thank you so much for your wise words tonight. All right, pop quiz. What prominent politician did we get to sing happy birthday to Rain? We're going to reveal it in a moment.
Get tails and tongues wagging with colorful custom graphics.
That's right. Make your statement.
I'm Jordy Crooks, strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital needs. Ron John Search Shop needed a new, fully integrated e-commerce solution that was mobile-friendly and engaging. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We built an e-commerce website for Ron John Search Shop centered around the customer experience, leveraging powerful marketing, merchandising, and promotional tools. For complete website and digital solutions, come to AmericanEagle.com.
I feel stronger. I just feel healthy.
My blood pressure is healthy.
And I find I have more energy through the day.
Why are so many people giving 5-star reviews to our Super Beets Heart Juice? Because Super Beets are nature's heart healthy secret. They're a really simple thing you can do to help promote more energy and support healthy blood pressure.
Super Beets Heart Chews give you the antioxidants you need to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than a healthy lifestyle alone. That's why Super Beets is the top-selling superfood brand at GNC. Find out how you can get a free 30 days of Heart Chews plus free shipping with your first order by calling or going to foxchews.com. But that's not all. Use discount code FOXVIP and get an extra 20% off.
This Super Beets offer isn't available in stores. And listen, you have nothing to lose because it's guaranteed. So do something good for your blood pressure and your energy.
Don't miss out on this exclusive Fox News offer. Act now.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I want to give each and every one of you one last chance to get your very own My Pillow for Kill bed sheets. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code, and you'll get the lowest prices ever. For example, you get my best-selling queen size, regular $89.98, now only $39.98. Percale is a type of weave that gives you that cool, crisp feel. These bed sheets are available in a variety of colors. They're durable, and they come with deep pockets that fit over any mattress. They're absolutely amazing. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen now. Use your promo code to get my king size, split kings, or California kings for only $49.98. Queen size and RV queens, only $39.98. Full size for $34.98. Or twin and twin XL for only $29.98. We have limited quantities, and once they're gone, so order now.
Hi, I'm attorney Don McCarty, proud veteran who's been helping Marines and their families for decades. I'm sure you've been overwhelmed lately by all the advertising regarding Camp Lejeune. Everywhere you turn, someone's offered to help file a claim. But don't be confused by that advertising. If you have a claim, you need real help. If you have real questions, call me and get the answers.
Call 800-800-2088. That's 800-800-2088. Call right now. The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is here. Right now, we're offering 50% off site-wide. The only number that hasn't changed is our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. And if you've never tried Omaha Steaks, save an extra $30 with promo code first time. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today. Why wouldn't you want to save 50% on 100% satisfaction? Just a little smart shopping wisdom from Omaha Steaks.
Nothing brings me more joy in life than doing what I love to do. There was a while there when I felt I couldn't do anything from all the aches and pains I was feeling every day. It kept me from living the life I love. Do what I did and feel the difference Relief Factor can make in your life. It's 100% drug-free, and I love that it works for me every day. Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better. Would you like to get back to living the life you used to live without aches and pains, including elbow, hip, knee, neck, and back pain? That's what Relief Factor has done for me. I feel the difference all day, every day. Get your 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Move more, live more. Just decide that now is the time to take control of your pain. Call 1-800-4RELIEF to order now or go to relieffactor.com. Do what I and hundreds of thousands of Americans are doing. Just enjoy your life more with Relief Factor.
America spends Sunday nights with Trey Gowdy. He's talking the biggest issues facing the nation.
It's one thing to see the problem, it's even better if you see a solution.
And defending your freedom with the facts. Still this Sunday Night America with Trey Gowdy at 7, only on Fox News Channel.
All right, Ray, we didn't go small this year because there's a big name politician that we got to belt out happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Nanette. Happy birthday to you.
Hi, baby.
You shoot that.
You ready to go out before I start playing?
What's that? I gotta love you, Raymond. Ankle dumpling.
Walking on the moon. Hey YouTube, I'm back and I'm getting ready to play. I got some people watching. Okay. My days away. Tomorrow's another day.
Three nights were given. We'll have the number of them to go. We're not even sure that I didn't speak to the structure. This is the end. Many patients hardly count up figure that he's sick.
My legs don't shake. Walking on the mission. Walking on, walking can you go? Walking on the moon. Next to wherever should I days away? Let's play. Tomorrow's another day. I love another day. I'll be back. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna excite y'all tonight. I'm in a good mood. I'm in love. I gotta get some energy. I'm coming, you guys. I'm coming to save this damn country. I'm coming to save America, fellas. I don't care.
Leader. Just one of these Republican candidates running for office. After all they ever talk about is pornography.
Hey y'all. Yeah. Terry, FJB, Trump 2024.
Society, but in schools they're pushing for new beliefs. Just to verify, because what she has said.
Okay, I told y'all I would play a little bit. I'm gonna play something before I go out, take a break, but I lay under the moon. They pray. Don't take me soon, 'cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know some it'll all turn around. All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say and that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more war. Our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. It's not about being all lose, 'cause we all lose when they feed on the souls of the innocent. Blood drenched pavement, keep on moving, see the waters that are raging in this maze. You can lose your way, your way. Hey, hey, brother, don't let it drive you crazy. Don't let it phase you. No way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I try, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it's got to fall around. 'Cause all my life I've been waiting for, girl, I've been saving for all the people to say no, that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more war. Our children will play one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they feed on the souls of the innocent. Blood drenched baby, keep on moving, need the waters be raging. In this mess, you can lose your way. Your way, hey, hey, brother, don't let it drive you crazy. Don't let it phase you no way. No. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. 'Cause when negativity surrounds, no, some days gets all turned around. 'Cause all I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say, man, that we don't wanna fight no more. After there's no more war, our children day. One day I got to be quiet one day, or they're gonna complain. One day I got to be quiet one day, or they're going to complain. Here we go. I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in trench town. About the hypocrites as they would mingle with the good people waiting. Good friends we have had, oh good friends we have lost along the way. In this bright future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say. No, don't cry. Darling, don't shed your tears. No, don't cry. I remember when we used to sit in the government yard and trench down and enjoyed the tea would make your eyes as if the love would burn through the night. And he would cook cornmeal porridge, of which I share with you. Oh, my feet is my only carriage, girl. You know I'm gonna walk on through. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Oh, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. So no woman, no cry. Don't worry. Don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile at the rising sun. Three little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs, a melody's pure and true. Singing, this is my message to you. Don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile at the rising sun. Three little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs, a melody's pure and true. I'll play your favorite song, darling. We can rock it all night long, darling. 'Cause I got you, darling. I'm sweet, darling. Mellow, just got me, darling. Let the music rock me, darling. 'Cause I got your love, darling. Sweet love, darling. Well, mood has got me, darling. So let the music rock me, darling. 'Cause I got you, darling. Love, sweet my love, darling. Quiet as a night. Oh, please turn out your light. I'll play your favorites, darling. We can rock it all night, darling. One cup of coffee, then I go. So I just dropped by to let you know I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll cause you no more sorrow. One cup of coffee, then I go. Got the money, like I always said to do. But I won't replace those heartaches I've caused you. It won't take the place of loving you. I know. One cup of coffee and I go. Tell the kids I came last night and I kissed them while they slept. Make my coffee sweet and warm, just the way you used to lie in my arms. I got the money, like the lawyer said to do. But I won't replace those heartaches I've caused you. It won't take the place of loving you. I know. One cup of coffee and I go. Brought the money, like the lawyer said to do. But I won't replace those heartaches I've caused you. It won't take the place of loving you. I know. One cup of coffee and I go. There's a steel train coming through. I would take it if I could. I would not lie to you. The Sunday morning is soon to come and things will be much easier to say. Up on the microphone, I'm a boss DJ and I can walk up on the sea. Like what's trying? My boss DJ ain't nothing but a man. No trouble, no fuss. I know why, cause some like to do the same thing twice. It's so I like to do the same thing twice while I'm spending all the time. It's stones and sticks. It's on the microphone. That's where I get my big all at the love take a hold of you. A will and yell and I'm a funky not a junkie. I know where to get it from, but rather no fuss. I know. Cause it's so do the same thing twice. I love you so much, so much. I love you, baby, so much. For me, girl, girl. Well, there really ain't no time to waste. There really ain't no time to hate. We ain't got time to waste. Time to hate. I ain't got time to make way. So, Mr. DJ, I wanna know, do you feel the same way too? Oh, we girl, ooh, we girl, ooh, we girl. 'Cause there really ain't no time to waste. There really ain't no time to hate. I say, you got time to waste. Time to hate. No time to make the time go away. So, Mr. DJ, I wanna know, do you feel the same way too? Girl, girl, girl. There really ain't no time to waste. There really ain't no time to waste. Ain't got time to waste. Time to hate. Really ain't got time to make the time go away. So, Mr. DJ, I wanna know, do you feel the same way too? I what's alone? I need some company. Maybe what's alone? I need some company. Well, every morning I get up, I sip my cup, my eyes get red, no one to help. Keep one more like Sarah, baby, but you just won't let me. Oh, Ab needs to go out. Let me go let Ab out. I love y'all. You ready to go out, baby girl? Where you at? Oh, you're underneath the covers. I guess you ain't gotta go out. Sorry, babe. Okay. Let me use the bathroom. Take a quick little break. I love you all. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm gonna play some more, of course. Yeah, you gotta go out, baby girl. My little pretty. My little pretty. Hi, baby girl. Ab loves the road life. She's been bedridden with me for all her life, pretty much. She loves it. She's sleeping. And I hope you guys enjoy what I'm getting ready to play. I feel heartfelt. I love you. Let's go loud. Hear the words of the Rastafari. Let's go really loud. Babylon, bow down, bow down. Babylon, throne gone down. Hear the words of the Iron Man. Babylon, throne gone down, gone down. Babylon, throne's coming down. Hear the words of the naughty tread say. Babylon, throne gone down, gone down. Babylon, throne gone down. Here they comes the angels with the seven seals. Babylon throne gone down, gone down. I'm saying Babylon throne gone down. Here comes the angels with the seven trumpets. Babylon throne gone down, gone down. Babylon throne gone down. Here comes the angels with the seven vials. Babylon throne gone down, gone down. Babylon throne gone down. Here comes the angels with the seven thunders. Babylon throne gone down, gone down. Throne gone down. Here comes the angels with the seven vials. Babylon throne going down, burning down. Jericho walls coming down. Jericho walls going down, going down. Jericho walls going down. We're gonna march around the Jericho. Saying 7 times, 7 times. We're marching around Jericho. Seven. One bright morning when that work is over, men will fly away home. One bright morning when that work is over, men will fly away home. One bright morning when that work is over, men will fly away home. One bright morning when that work is over, men will fly away home. I said fly away home to Zion. One bright morning when man work is over, man will fly away home. One bright morning when man work is over, man will fly away home. Man will fly away home. Man, we're going to fly away. We're gonna fly away. I remember a government yard. Wednesday would mingle, but the good people we meet. Good friends we have had, oh good friends we have lost along the way. In this bright future, can't forget your place. So try to keep I say. Oh, here, little darling, don't shed your tears. Oh, cry. Come, cry. Don't worry about things. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile at the rising sun. Three little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs. A melody's pure and true. This is my message to you. Singing about a thing. Cause every little thing's gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile at the rising sun. Rise up this morning, smile at the rising sun. Oh, three little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs. A melody's pure and true. Singing, this is my message to you. Don't be about a thing. Cause every little thing gonna be alright. Play my favorite song, dog. We can rock it all night, cause I got your love, dog. Sweet love, dog. Hello, blue sky, darling. So let the music rock me, darling. Cause I've got your love, darling. Love, sweet my love, darling. Mellow moon has got me, darling. So let the music rock me, darling. Cause I've got your love, darling. Love, sweet my darling. Quiet as the night. Please turn out the lights. I'll play your favorite song, darling. We can rock it, darling. Strike the hand. It is high. Strike the hand. Iron is high. Strike the hammer. Iron is high. Strike the hammer. Iron is high. Open your heart. Open and let love come running in, darling. Love, sweet my love, darling. Hello, it's got me, darling. Let sing rock me, darling. Yeah, me, darling. One cup of coffee, then I go. I just dropped by to let you know I'm leaving you tomorrow. I'll cause you no more sorrow. One cup of coffee, then I go. I brought the money like the lawyer said to do. But I won't replace those hard things I've caused you. It won't take the place of loving you. I know. So, one cup of coffee and I go. Tell the kids I came last night. And I kissed them while they slept. Make my coffee sweet in the morning, just the way you used to lie in my arms. I got the money, like the lawyer said to do. But I won't replace those hard things I've caused you. It won't take the place of loving you. I know. So, one cup of coffee, then I go. One cup of coffee, and I go. One cup of coffee, and I go. Sometimes under the moon, and they breathing. Did I pray? Take me soon, 'cause I am here. Sometimes in my tears but I never really get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know some days got to order around, 'cause long I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more war, no more war. One day, one day, oh my God, one day, oh yeah, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they feed on the souls of the innocent. Blood drenched pavement, keep on moving though the water's still raging. In this maze, you can lose your way. No, hey, brother, don't let it drive you crazy. Don't let it take you no way, no way. Well, sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So my family surrounds. I know someday, man, it's all gonna turn around. All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say, man, no, we don't wanna fight no more war. Our children will play one day, one day, one day. Oh my God, one day, one day, one day. Every morning I get up, I sip my cup, my eyes get red, no one to help me. One more thing I like to say in my baby, but you just won't let me. There's a train coming. This is not a girl, but I really just don't know the feelings I feel for her. It's hard for me to show. This is about a girl, but I really just don't know the feelings I feel for her. It's hard for me to show it. She's so beautiful, she's ravishing, she's got this special glow. I really want to be with you, girl, but you're always on the go. You're so short, deep, knock me out my feet. Girl, I wanna be with you. Your candy house is sweet. Oh, I think of you every day and every night. So come on over here, girl, squeeze it over me tight, 'cause I need you. I need you. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the birds need the bees. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the leaves need the trees. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the fish need the sea. Well, this is about a girl who I really just don't know. Feelings I feel for her, it's hard for me to show. She's beautiful, she's ravishing, she's got this special glow. Really wanna be with you, girl. Come on now, let's go home. For your short, petite, you knock me on my feet. Girl, oh yeah, your candy also sweet. Girl, I think of you every day and every night. Come on over here, girl, squeeze and hold me tight, 'cause I need you. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the birds need the bees. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the fish need the sea. I need you. I need you. Well, I just wanna caress you, hold me closely, you're so tight. I wanna say I love you, kiss you and say goodnight. Your eyes, they put me in this trance so deep I get so lost. These words I cannot speak to you, I put them in the song. Well, every time I come near you, girl, I go deep into this song. This love that I can feel for you, girl, I'll never let it go. Well, you told me once, you told me twice, no, no, no. I'm begging you, girl, come on now, let's go. Oh, I need you. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the birds need the bees. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the leaves need the trees. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the sand needs the beach. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the fish need the sea. Need you. I need you. I need you, girl, so come and be with me. I need you, girl, come on. Oh, I need you, so come and be with me. I need you, lead beyond that leash. I need you. I need you. I'm wagging my tail 'cause I need you. Need you. Well, this is about a girl who I really just don't know. Feelings I feel for her, it's hard for me to show her. She's so beautiful, she's ravishing, she's got this special glow. I really wanna be with you. Come on now, let's go home, girl. I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you, so come and be with me. I need you like the fish need the sea. I need you like the dog needs a leash. I need you like the fish need the sea. I need you like the birds need the bees. I need you. I need you, girl. Well, this is another girl who I really just don't feelings I feel for you. It's hard for me to show. Well, you're beautiful, you're ravishing girl, and you got this special glow. I really wanna be with you, girl. Come on, now take me home. I walk up the first street, got the dreadlocks. I walk up a second street, got the dreadbone, and I walk up the third street, got the dreadlocks, and I tried on the fourth street, got the dreadlocks, and I walked in on the fifth street. Blondie dreadlocks, then I jumped then I jumped the fence to 6th Street. Blondie dreadlocks, oh, I've got to reach 7th Street. Blondie dreadlocks, and that's a long way. And that's a long, yeah, long way. For nothing to be from home. I don't care what the world says. I can never go astray. Just like a bright and sunny day. We're gonna have things our way. And that's a long way. But not to be from home. I don't care what the world says. 'Cause I never go astray. Just like a bright and sunny day. We're gonna have things our way. Well, I walk up First Street, Nazi tread. I walk up a 2nd Street to see Nazi tread. Then I drive down 3rd Street, Nazi tread. And then I talk to the dreads on 4th Street, Nazi dreadlock. Oh, Nazi dreadlock in a 5th Street. Oh man, I skip my things to 6th Street. Got to reach 7th Street. And that's a long way for nothing to be from home. Oh, I don't care what the world says. I can never go astray. Just like a bright and sunny day. We're gonna have things our way. Yeah, we're gonna have things our way. We're gonna have things our way. It's been a long, long time since I've got you on my mind. It's been a long, long time since I got you on my mind. But now you're here. Been a long, let's get it right. Been a long, long time since I can get this one. This is a good one. It's been a long time since I've got you on here. It's so clear to see what we can do. Just me and you steering. Sorry, that one sort of, I fixed that one. I did it really good last night. All right. Getting a little hot. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of that. I'll play a little bit more. I don't want to play too late because people will complain. But I love playing for you all in my new suit. Getting a little hot, so I think I'm gonna pull the top off. And I won't take my clothes off at night. I don't mean to do that. Sometimes I just do it on accident. I really do. I don't have nothing to see. Don't want you to see. I love you all, though. I love you all so much. Thanks for watching. Lots of love.
love, protection from Yah above. Let me get my hanky. Let me show you all my pink tie and pink handkerchief. $, priceless. And my vest, $68. So we got $120 with tax, 2 items. And I love it. I love it so much. I bought it for you all so I can impress you. I love you. Thanks for watching. I'm going to shave. I got to get my razor from the house. Shave this all this ugly stuff off. And my suit, $351 suit. They gave it to me today for $250. Actually, $221. And I'm gonna wear the face makeup as the Joker wears. Of course, I'm an actor. You guys gotta meet the real Keith. I'm a sweetheart. I'm not a Joker. Or the mask. Kung Fu expert, karate, boxing expert. I love everybody. I will hurt you, and I will protect you. Don't mess with Pete or his family, his children, his brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers, or daddies, fathers in heaven. Yeah, fathers up above. I love you all. I love you all so much. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Terry, thank you. I love Donald Trump. I love him. We're going to take the world together, Terry. Got some laundry to do tomorrow. I got my medical stuff, my cards. You got to charge my flashlight. Oh, where are you at? And it's solar power too. There we go. My flashlight's going to charge. A flashlight, solar flare, breaks diamond cut, breaks glass, cuts seat belts, magnet. It's got a the compass, and it's got thing that'll catch the stuff on fire. Could be a torch that goes across here. I don't put my finger across there; it'll shock the shit out of you. I got a Bluetooth headset, and some reason don't want to work. It's not pairing, so I need some help to pair these. I just spent about $960 to go $959. I got $1 on my card left for you guys. I love you. I love my new phone and my new video game that I play on it. I'm gonna play my video game tonight. Might even play it here. Yeah, play something different. Find something a little different. You guys can't really see the video games through here. If you come see me, though, on 322, come see me. Hang out. Come on. Come on over. Let's just see what we got. Oh, maybe assassin game or something. Necky. This is called Necky. Let's see what this one's about. Shadow fight. Shadow Fight Arena. Maybe I better not play this one. I might need a controller for this one. We'll see. Let's see what we got. These browser games are so fun. Wow.
First, I was with some tried to fight me.
You can't see it from back here. This game is like beautiful. You got the S22 Ultra to play the games. I'll be right back. I'll bring you a little bit quicker. I'll bring the uke with my vest. And bring the uke with the. I gotta fix this. With the outline. Yeah, I don't know what I did with it. I'll find it. It's gotta be out there somewhere. I want to go get my guitar. By my TV now. You get the gloves. Gloves. Make it sound like. I guess you don't want to shut off tonight, huh? Yes. I'll bring it. YouTube. Oh shit.
Getting out with you was never second best. Man. I stopped the world and out with you. We'll make a difference and it's nothing that's all the time. You and I can do. Stop the world and melt with you. Imaginary thing. You make rest. I stop the world and back with you. I spend the difference and there's nothing that's all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. I'll stop the world and melt with you. Sorry, time. Yes, you just open your eyes. Stop the world and melt with you. I said there's a chance, there's nothing better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. So I'll stop the world, I'll melt with you. I'll stop the world and melt with you. I'll stop with it, and there's nothing better all the time. Being you and I won't do. I'll stop the world and melt with you. Stop the world and melt with you. Stop the world and melt with you. You was never second best. Yeah, fuck off. I'll stop the world turning around with you. There's nothing, there's nothing better all the time. There's nothing new and I want you. I'll stop the world turning around with you. Imaginary ways. The human race. Stop the world and cause it you. That's the difference, and there's nothing different all the time. I'll stop the world and out with you. The world is now sleeping. When not there's nothing and they tell you all up in the side you confusion. It's nothing new. Always, time after time, please picture me again.
One, your voice message. Gift message. If any monitoring, please see the GP credit call. You hang up and follow the instructions to register the sent message marked for deletion. There are no more messages.
I got it down there. Can't you watch you you love finding side of the you call a catch. You will find me side of the you call a catch. Out of the way, God. Love, and you will find me time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. Get away, please. I'm going down to the lobby to play. I'm not gonna film it. I should though, but
I'm gonna surprise her. I'm gonna play for a beautiful woman. Hopefully she falls in love with me. Always slow.
Gotta take a little time to think things over. Better read between the lines in case I need it when I'm old. This mountain I'm feels like the world on my shake. Through the clouds I see no shadow. It keeps me warm like cross cold blood. In my life, there's been heartache and pain. Don't know if I can face it again. Can't now. I've traveled so far. Change this lonely life.